Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision. Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision.
And shalom aleichem to each and every one of you. We bless Yahweh for being here today. This is the day Yahweh has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. So excited about being here today. Looking forward to greater things and better ways, and understanding that how we need to be and what we need to do and how it needs to be in our lives. Many people don't understand how important it is to know Elohim in the way that we know him, and that is through a kingdom's viewpoint and not through a bunch of other elements that make, as we say, no sense. But to know him and to understand him is an embracing of truth and reality and a joy that many people fail to find and many people are able to acquiesce into. So today, as we're here, we're going to start doing what we know is our Shabbat. Many have been with us for many, many years. You know what to do. Invite your people, your friends, your peers. Somebody find my beloved Minister Walker, please, in my elder page. I'd appreciate it. And we want to get going here with a couple of moments of prayer and what it is that we do with him in this day. So let us take opportunity to pray as we seek his face. Yahweh, we come before you in the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach. We do bless and exalt you for who you are and why you are. We ask in this day and in this moment of time that you would, one, be with us, be in us, be through us, and toward us for your name's sake and for your praise. There is none like you in all of the earth, and we exalt you for who you are and why you are in our lives. We ask you now, grace us with your wisdom as we give you permission to come into our home, Yahweh. No, we're not going to your church today, but we're letting our lives become a church that you can dwell in. For you don't dwell in houses made by man's hands. You dwell in buildings that you have made. You made us. We are your tabernacle. You made us. We are your place. You made us. We give you the space that you alone receive glory. You alone receive honor. You alone receive praise. To you be glory. And we mean that. We give you all that we are. We ask you to show us what you would us to know, how you would us to be, why you would us to care, what it is that we need to understand and embrace about you. I take opportunity to repent for any and all sins today, thoughts and ideas that I may have had or caused or created or produced by thinking a certain way, believing a certain way, contrary to your will, your plan, and your purpose for my life. I ask you that you would help us to embrace you in a true spirit of joy and commitment. I pray you, Yahweh, that your grace would give us the ability to sincerely come toward you in a way that only we can find, that only you can give us, that we find our way in life. You made this day for us. We honor you for it. We really do. And all the time, we're never where we need to be. All the time, we're never what we need to say. All the time, we're never how we need to. But we know that when we come and we bow down before you, you give us grace here in this moment. You give us peace here in this moment. You give us joy. You help us to look at our mistakes with proper perspective. You help us to understand our way of doing things and how we've allowed ourselves to just be not a part of your word, though we want to be a part of your world. Help, I pray you, all of our hearts, all of our minds, to be in you, to be of you, and to be in light of you. How we love and adore you, magnify and exalt you in the precious, in the matchless, in the holy name of Yeshua HaMashiach. I don't know what more to do, Yahweh, but to give your name glory, to give your name honor, to give you praise. We love you so much. And we're asking you, help us. Show us your truth. Be with us. We don't even know how we should pray as we ought, but we do pray. We don't even know how to walk as we ought, but we do walk. And sometimes it's not in the path that you chose for us. Sometimes it's the way that we chose for ourselves. So help us, I pray you, to understand you in truth, understand you in spirit, understand you for life. For without you, we can do nothing. But because of you, all things are possible. This we earnestly pray. This we earnestly ask. And this we earnestly state. In the precious mighty name of Yeshua, who is HaMashiach, our Savior and our King. We love you and we want to please you. So in this day of Shabbat, we come to you according to your writ, placing all that we are in your purpose, all that we are in your control, all that we are in your hands, getting our lives out of our own control and giving you total control. We say it so easily. Sometimes they're just shallow promises and shallow statements because we want to make words of affirmations. But right now, today, in this moment, we slow down and tell you clearly, we give you all that we are. For those coming out of the Shabbat, I pray we've given you a complete time of being in your Torah. For those of us coming midway through and some of us coming towards the end, we just want to make sure we stay in your word. You've given us instructions to follow. We're going to make that effort. And we've come to embrace and sometimes not keep the promise that your day is a day we kabod and we oneg. We honor and we delight in. So this day, we delight in you. And we welcome you into our home. We welcome you, Ruach HaKodesh, our Elohim, Adonai, our Elohim, Yahweh, our Elohim. We welcome you into our homes, into our domicile, into our place of control, comfort. We welcome you into our rest. We enter into yours, not doing it our own way, not finding our own pleasure, and not speaking our own words. Thank you for mercy. Thank you for grace, your power. Thank you for your word, which is what gives us grace. But thank you for your love, which is unconditional and gives us all. Elohim, you are the creator of heaven and earth and all that therein dwells. Elohim, you are the thoughts you think towards us. Elohim, you are the words you speak towards us. and our salvation is found. Elohim, you are the reminder of your word for the manifestation of your word, proving your thoughts towards us. And we honor you. El Elohe Israel, you sent your son, Adonai, wrapped him in sinful flesh, Yeshua, gave him as a sacrifice the Lamb of Elohim, that through his blood shed we could be cleansed from sin. And through the veil of that flesh, we would have a new and living way to approach all that was in the Ark of the Covenant, which you embodied in the person of Yeshua. We embrace you and your finished work. And today we come into the Shabbat to receive the promises that you have set up for us before the foundations of the world. Every promise already established. But we can't receive if we don't embrace you and obey you, complying with your instructions. Today we're here for that compliance. And we ask you to grace us with your wisdom, grace us with your understanding, grace us with your purpose, and grace us with your plan. We want to hear you. We want to see you. We desire to experience you. So in this way, we give you glory, we give you honor, we give you dominion, we give you everything you gave us. We give it back to you with increase. And where we have failed you, we ask you to help us. And where we have succeeded in you, we ask you to receive it and tell us what to do with it. The world can't make us doubt you. We literally know too much about you. There is no race of people trying to brainwash our minds about you. There is no socioeconomic class of people trying to govern the populace and brainwash us about you. There is the knowledge and understanding of your word outside of those entities that let us know your truth and your real. And we embrace you in the mighty, in the matchless, in the dynamic name of Yeshua, HaMashiach, our Savior and our King. How we love you today. How we need you today. And how we purposefully embrace you today, both now and forevermore. This study has opened up that you can show many of us around the world in the same place, at the same time, in different places, at the same space. We can study you with questions to be answered, thoughts to be expressed, confirmed, and vetted. So we give you this platform for those who've joined in from their homes. And you can guide us in all thoughts. You alone are holy. Our righteousness is but as filthy rags. But yours is what made the world and makes it go round. So we want to know why you put us in this earth that you made. We want to know what we are to do in this earth you have made. Because we thought we knew what we were doing when we tried to create our own destiny. The only destiny that matters is yours for us. You made us. We are your creation for your glory and not our own. Help us to embrace that, wrap our minds around that, and reset our projections and our trajectory through the launching pad of your word. In the mighty name of Yahushua HaMashiach, we say, we pray. Amen. All right, and shalom to everyone. So glad to have you with us. We are here on the Shabbat for many of you. Hey there, Minister Walker. You've been heavy on my heart today. I want you to know that. But I got you. Good to see you.
Praise Yahweh.
Oh, you on both places. Hey, all right.
Yeah, I'm both places. I'm having problems with technology.
Well, you know, technology.
But Yahweh be praised. I'm on here.
Yahweh be praised. I so missed you. I promise you. I'm so glad to hear your voice. You just made my whole world just change again today. I love you to life.
Love you too.
So Zion, I want us to really take opportunity to sort of kind of humble ourselves. We oftentimes get started in different things and moving in certain ways, and we get into a momentum. And oftentimes our momentum is our fuel, our drive. And we may reference Elohim, we may reference God, but the truth is the referencing of Elohim and then the complying with Elohim is where things can fall for us. And many times, though we reference God, we don't really obey God because we obey us, because we really, in many cases, more times than we care to admit, we are our own God. And we don't let Elohim, who made us and gave us the ability to even think we're our own God, we don't give him the respect and the honor and the delight that's due him. So today we want to teach people what Sabbath is all about. Apostle Jones, you always talk about this Sabbath. I'm a SDA, or I'm a Baptist, or I'm a Methodist, or I'm a Presbyterian, or I'm a Lutheran, or whatever you might be. And well, we don't think we need to do all that. Let me tell you from the Bible's perspective how to do, from the Torah and the Bible's perspective, how to do Sabbath, why Sabbath exists. And then we're going to talk about how to practically live in this construct we call Christendom. And sometimes you'll be surprised that what you learn, when in all our getting salvation, we get an understanding of salvation. It's just not a cute phrase to throw out and spout from your mouth. It's a lifestyle that comes from his mouth. Man doesn't live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh our Elohim. And that proceeding is, in fact, his words. Let's look at how we find that out. Let's go and learn about Sabbath right now. Putting up on the screen, for those of you who are with me on Clubhouse, you can actually tune in to vwministries.com, VWJ Ministries on Facebook or YouTube, VWJ Ministries, and you'll see what we're putting on the board. I'll be using my Bibles where you can study with me from your Bible while we do this live time. And then you can also see the passages we're putting up right now for everyone to glean from and embrace in this moment. Genesis chapter 2, verses 1 through 3. I'm putting that Bible up on the screen for you right now to view. Genesis chapter number 2, verses 1 through 3. Here we go. Let's get started. Let's read about it. And then we're going to answer some questions that were put up from an earlier study. And I want to make sure we get a chance to really get into it as richly as we should. Genesis chapter 2, verses 1 through 3 says, the heavens, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work which he made, and Elohim rested on day 7 from all his work which he made. So when we read the word verse 1, thus, That word thus indicts, having said all that, we're telling you the heavens and the earth were finished. Well, what was all that he said? So the thus is contingent on Genesis 1, Bereshit 1. So when you go to read that and you skim through it, there's a lot there to grasp. And then you understand what it is he is saying about that Shabbat. So with that being said, let's look even deeper into what the thus is. And many of you hear me writing and see me writing, and you laugh about why I say thus. And now you know why I say the thus. So let's look at Genesis chapter number 1 very quickly, so we can understand why he says thus, and then we thus understand the proper process for Sabbath keeping. In the beginning, in the very beginning of all creativity and all creation, the heavens and the earth, Shamin and Eretz, in the beginning, Elohim created Shamayim and Eretz. Verse 2, the earth, Eretz, was formed without. It had no form to it. It was void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and Ruach HaKodesh moved upon the face of the waters that were over the Eretz. Verse 3, Elohim said, let there be light, there was light. Verse 4, Elohim saw the light, it was good. Verse 5, Elohim called the light day. Verse 6, Elohim said, let the firmament in the midst of the seas be divided by the waters from the waters. Verse 8, Elohim made the firmament. Verse 9, Elohim called the firmament heaven, Shamayim. Verse 9, Elohim said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land, the Adoma, appear. And it was so. Verse 10, and Elohim called the dry land earth, and then the gathering together of the waters he called the seas. Elohim saw that it was good. Verse 11, Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass. Verse 12, the earth brought forth grass. Verse 13, the evening and the morning were the third day. Verse 14, Elohim saw and said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, so that they can divide the day from the night. And they can also give us signs for seasons and for days and for years. Verse 15, let them be lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was. Verse 16, Elohim made two great lights, one light to rule over the day, the lesser light to rule over the night. And he also made stars. Verse 17, Elohim set them in the firmament of the heaven. Verse 18, and to rule over the day and to rule over the night, and the light from darkness. Elohim saw that it was good. Verse 19, the evening and the morning were the fourth day. Verse 20, Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly. Verse 21, and Elohim created great whales and every living creature that was moving within the waters, and he told them to bring forth abundantly. He also said, watch this, bring them forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. Elohim saw that it was good. 22, verse 22, Genesis 1, Bereshit 1:22. Elohim then blessed and said, be fruitful and multiply, fill the waters, and let the fowl multiply in the earth. Verse 23, the evening and the morning were the fifth day. Verse 24, and Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind, the cattle, the creeping thing, the beast of the earth after its kind. And so it was. Verse 25, Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, cattle after their kind, every creeping thing upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw it was good. Verse 26, we're in day 6. Verse 26, Elohim then said, let us make man. At the end of day 6, Elohim said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let mankind, humanity, have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. Verse 27, so Elohim created man. So here, people, you understand that he gave man a job. He made the earth first. I want y'all to hear me. I want y'all to read this. He made the earth first, filled it with everything he wanted, he desired, he made, he developed. Then he said, at the end of all what he created, I don't have a man to fill. I don't have a man. Let me get a man. I'm going to make a man now. You know what? I want someone to till the earth. Let me make a human. I can't make this up. You're reading it yourself. Watch what he says. Verse number 27. So Elohim created man in his image, and Elohim created him, male and female. He created them. So the first human was asexual. The first physical pulchritude of humanity had both masculinity and femininity within it. Now let's keep moving. Verse number 27, I repeat, so you can hear it and see it for yourself. So Elohim created humanity. He created mankind in his own image. And I want to be very clear. Ruach said to make this very clear. When you read verse 27, so Elohim created man, he did not say Elohim created male. He created man who consisted of masculinity and femininity. Now, let me also bring clarity to this. That does not mean that a man is trapped in a woman's body and a woman is trapped in a man's body. That is not what this indicts, nor will it ever support. When Elohim made the first human body, he made both masculinity, which would be the external, the brawn, the antenna, and then he made the femininity, the female. That was the element, the man that was put, that was the male factor. The male factor is external. The female factor is the internal. So the male factor was the brawn, was the outer extremities, was in the head. It was the antenna for the ears, the antenna for the eyes, the antenna for the nose. That's masculinity. Then he made female factor, which would be the reproductive element, and he put that in the womb. Thus, you call that the female, you call that the womb man. So when Elohim made man, humanity, they were masculinity and femininity in the same pulchritude. When he put humanity to sleep after he made him on day 6, put him to sleep in day 7, he pulled out of humanity the feminine, the womb man, and gave her her own pulchritude. Now the two should act as they were when they were made, as one. That is the creation of humanity. Elohim didn't make any mistakes. You do not have a man in a woman's body and a woman in a man's body. But you also do not have, as many people within religion, barring that argument, would like to state, that Elohim created man, the masculine entity, alone to rule everything. He made humanity to have dominion. But humanity in the first make was male and female in one pulchritude. So watch what he does here in this verse so we can find more evidence of what he was doing all the time, and we lost him in creation. Verse 27, Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. He made a male and female. He created them. Now, Genesis chapter number 5, I want to run us to real quick because we just read Genesis 1:27. Let me take you to Genesis chapter 5, verse 1. Watch this. This is the book of the generations of Adam in the day that Elohim created man. Look at that verse. In the day that Elohim created man. Look at that verse. In the day that Elohim created humanity. That's what that word means. Man means the humanity of it's the human being. Okay. That word is Adam. Adam is the ruddy part of the Eretz. It is the ruddy part of the Adoma. It is a human being. It is an individual or a species. It is known as mankind. So when you hear that Elohim created man, all of you male chauvinists within the faith, this is not him creating the men first. This is him creating both men and women at the same time in one pulchritude. So verse 1, this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created humanity, Adam, watch this, in the likeness of Elohim, he made Adam. Male and female, plural, created he them, plural. Verse 2 says, and he baruched them, and he called their, plural, name Adam, singular. That's what he did in the day when they, Adam, were created. So we know now by these three verses that Elohim created humanity, masculinity and femininity in the same pulchritude. And then on the Sabbath day, which is why we're here, he separated and gave them both separate pulchritudes, but asked them to operate the way he designed them to operate as one. Verse 24, Genesis chapter 1 again. Let's look at this so we can move forward. I hope you guys are understanding this with some sense of clarity. Verse number 27 is where I want to be at. Genesis chapter 1, 27. I'm going to go back there. Here we are. It's on the screen for you. So Elohim created man in his own image. The image of Elohim created he him, male and female. So do you all understand that humanity was both masculinity and femininity, and there was no, watch this, alternative lifestyle. There was no confusion about this. So he created masculinity, he created femininity, and he put them in the same pulchritude. Verse number 28, Elohim then baruched them. Didn't he just say that in Genesis chapter 5? The stories correlate. Verse 28, Elohim baruched them. Elohim said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish, over the fowl, over every creeping thing, over every moving thing upon the earth. Now, if you notice, Elohim has not separated them, but he's talking to them. Verse 29, Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it will be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I, Elohim, have given every herb for meat. And it was so. Verse 31, watch. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were day 6. Now let's go to Genesis chapter 2. This is where we started. Thus, now you understand what the thus is. Say verse 1 equals the thus.
Verse 1 thus.
I didn't mean say verse 1. I meant chapter 1 equals the thus. That's what that meant to say. I'm sorry to give y'all the wrong quote. But chapter 1 of Genesis equals the thus of Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. Thus, having heard that, having understood all of that, having seen what Elohim has made, having seen what Elohim has created, having seen how we have a historicity, we have a litany of all the inventory that Elohim did from the time he separated the waters to the time he made them seas. He caused the Eretz to bring forth the Adoma. He caused the Adoma to bring forth cattle, bring forth herb, bring forth grain. He caused the waters to bring forth sea creatures, fish, and the birds that fly in the earth. We now know how Elohim made, how Elohim created in human history those things that exist in our natural day. So now that we understand the human history, we are in the history of humanity, which is just a small pocket as it relates to the history of the heavens and the earth. So the history of humanity we have in chapter 1, and then it says in chapter 2, all that you just read, thus the heavens and the earth were finished. Verse 2 again, and on day 7, Elohim ended his work which he had made, and Elohim rested on day 7 from work he had made. Then, so remember, people say, well, Apostle, if you're trying to tell us that Elohim rested on the 7th day, he rested Adam on the 7th day, and then you're saying that on day 7, he put Adam to sleep. Yes, that's the day of rest. On day 7, he also had conversation with Adam. Yes, he told Adam all the beasts of the field, all the elements that were created. He told Adam what a bird was. He told Adam what a giraffe was. He told Adam what a lion and a Bengal and a tiger were. He told Adam, watch this, that it's not good for you to be all one, because the Bengal got a mate, the giraffe got a mate, the elephant got a mate, your mate's inside of you. It's not good for you to be all in one. So Adam, I'm going to put you to sleep on this day of rest after I've had this conversation with you and filled you with all the information of the inventory of the garden that I've given you a job to maintain. So let's go to sleep. He pulls out of Adam the female factor, pulls out of Adam the womb man, wakes Adam back up. Adam sees her. She's fly. She's fire. She got long, pretty, curly hair. She got mammary glands. She got glutes. She's no BBLs. She got glutes. She got cheekbones. She is beautiful. And he like, ooh, wee, woo man. You wooed me. No, she is the womb man. So when the womb man comes out, he says, I don't know how I know this, but I know that you are bone of my bone and you are flesh of my flesh. You're not some entity like an elephant made from another part of the world. You're not some, ape or gorilla made from the other dirt. You didn't come from another mountain. You come from me. See, because if Elohim had made the womb man's body out of another mountainside, then she could have easily become his competition rather than his complement and companion to get this job they signed up for while they were one done. Thus, we call her the help meet the goal, because when you got the goal, she was in the man. Elohim gave them the inventory of the land. And in giving the inventory, it noted there was a lion and a lioness. There was a mate for the elephant. There was a mate for the giraffe. Elohim said, it's not good for you to be all one. Now y'all got that? You got the inventory. You see the eagle got a mate. The osprey got a mate. The fishes have mates. Okay. I'm going to put you guys down. I'm going to pull the womb man out, give her a pulchritude from your pulchritude so you guys can continue to do what you're doing. But you're just going to do it as two. Apparently 2 heads are better than 1. 4 eyes are better than 2. But I want you guys to operate as if you're one, the way I made you initially. Masculinity and femininity. They were created as one. Elohim separated them on day 7. To do that, he had to make them rest. So when he rested Adam, he pulled out the feminine, gave her own pulchritude, and then brought them back together. Sabbath is like a marriage. Sabbath is when Yahweh marries the resource for the vision to the vision and tells you, cleave to your vision. Vision, cleave to your resource. Resource, cleave to your vision. And that's why Adam says, hey, you're bone of my bone. You're flesh of my flesh. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother once we start having children and cleave to his spouse. So if Elohim had made womb man from another part of the mountain, she would have been his competition for the job they were made for. But because he made her body from the same pulchritude, she was his companion. She was his helper comparable, not his competition, not to be going at him and he going at her. They're supposed to be going at it together. They don't fight against each other. They don't contend with each other. You less than me. You less than me. I'm in charge. No, I'm in charge. No, I got this and I got that. You ain't nothing. You a bum. You just like your daddy. Or you a trick just like your mama. None of that. That's not the conversation. You are made of my flesh, bone of my bone. We are to work together to accomplish the job. Humanity was given by the Creator over this place called the world, and we have a garden, a charge to keep we have, and the God of our creation to glorify. It sort of kind of hits different once you know the actual intention of the author and creator of everything, as opposed to a lot of the narrations we have within our religious constructs. So when we see what Elohim has done, we now learn how needful it is to operate with our partner the right way, getting past our issues, insecurities, and our needs to be right, our needs to be love the way we think we should be loved. You learn that we got a job to do. And in doing that job, love develops, love brings, love bonds, love builds, love gives tenure. Love doesn't speak evil of what it loves. Love is kind because we've built something and we know how well we built it together. We then let that be our bond together, and that build is because of the instructions of his word. So we're even incorporating Elohim into our bonding, and now we are a unit. And that's why whatever Elohim put together by way of his instructions, no man should be able to separate it. But that's not how we perceived it because of the way religion actually purported it. The truth is, when Elohim puts it together and the love of the marriage is based on the work that the marriage puts in and creates according to the instructions of the word, that is a bond that is impossible to break. Because I know what we do together. We really work well together. That's just something for y'all to chew on. So looking at this and trying to put more to this, I want us to move quickly over here into this vein of what this says in how to keep Shabbat. So in keeping Shabbat, Genesis chapter 2, verses 1 through 3, I want to make this clear to us. He says in verse number 1, watch this on the screen if you're looking on the screen, the heavens were finished. Verse 2, the seventh day, Elohim ended all of his work. He rested on day 7 from all the work he had made. Verse 3, Elohim blessed the seventh day. That word blessed there, for many of you who don't know, that word blessed there is the Hebrew word barak. And that Hebrew word barak, I'm going to put it on the screen so you can see it. I want you to understand it. That Hebrew word barak, on the right-hand part of the screen, if you're looking on the screen, it is the Hebrew word 1288. It means that when you barak something, you kneel down to it. By implication, it means to bless Elohim. And you would bless him as an act of adoration as a human. And then vice versa for barak, it would mean Elohim would kneel down to humanity and talk to him, empower him as a benefit. Now, there is a negative side to barak. The flip side of the coin would be, by euphemism, to curse. So if you curse the God of your salvation or you curse the king, you're committing treason. And therefore, in like manner, if you curse him and you commit treason in his kingdom, he's going to bend down to you and it won't be to your benefit. But either way, it's done abundantly. It's done altogether. It's done at all aspects of your life. It's done in the negative as blasphemous. It's done in the positive as a blessing to congratulate, negative to be cursed. And also it's done greatly. It's done indeed. It's going to be done. Trust me, it's going to be done. But it also means you're going to kneel down. So when you and I kneel down to the Father, we find ourselves in a prostrate position, meaning we kneel down to him, to salute him, to give him thanks, to be still in his presence. So when we look at the word barak in a proper context from the Hebrew word H1288, that word is what this is about. So in verse number 3, Genesis chapter 2, Elohim baraked the seventh day. Does he, and I need someone to respond to me. I need to hear some of y'all responding. I want to see it typed in the thread. Here's the question. When he baraks the seventh day, does he barak any other day?
No, sir. No.
No, he doesn't.
He does not.
He doesn't bless day 1. He doesn't bless day 2. He doesn't bless day 3. He doesn't bless day 4. He does not bless day 5, but he blesses the creation he did associated to day 5. He does not bless day 6, though he blesses the creation, humanity in day 6. Let me go back. Day 5, he doesn't bless, but the creatures he made in the mass of the waters, he blesses the fish, blesses the whales, blesses the octopus, blesses Jaws. Yeah, that Joker, he blessed them. That's why Jaws was so successful in the movies. He was blessed. That was good. That was so funny.
That was good.
Because man ain't got no business out there on that water. You can tell me all day long, I can't live without my water. I'm living with water in my eyesight. I'll put my pinky toe in there where the fishes dwell. But you want me to go out there where Jaws live and Orca live and Squidward and SpongeBob? No, not going to do it. Me and the Bikini Bottom, we ain't getting along. I'm just putting it out there. The waters is not for the human to be out there thinking y'all can take a can of actual tartar sauce and go hunting for Moby Dick. Moby Dick will eat you. Do you understand? Them octopus and squid don't care nothing about you. You don't have the blessing to be in that water, except for the fish, except for the birds that were made in day 5. The birds, the chicken, the turkey, the quail, the eagle, the hen, the stork, the peacock, all of those fowl, winged fowl were made from day 5 out of the waters. And then Elohim told all the winged fowl that you will go and live in the dirt, in the earth. I'll tell y'all more when I make day 6. Did y'all ever pay attention to that? I thought that was one of the most phenomenal unspoken miracles or unspoken elements of the creation week that we just don't talk about. So when we would be like wondering why preachers love chicken so much, because y'all know y'all can feed preachers chicken all day long and they feel like they in heaven. Well, that's why, because the chicken come from heaven. That's what the waters are, the firmament, they the heavens and the earth. So the fowl, the chicken, they was made on day 5. They came from the water. Yahweh said, all you winged fowl, don't live in the waters anymore. I know that's where I made you, but go live in the earth. I want to put y'all in the trees because man gonna need y'all later. He got to have something to eat. And there's got to be pollination that goes on. So day 5, Elohim doesn't bless day 5. Then you got day 6. So he blesses the creatures in day 5. He does not bless the day. He calls it good, just like I said. Then day 6 kicks in. He starts to now not do water. He does the Adoma. He does the dirt. He pulls creatures. He pulls grain. He pulls fruit. He pulls vegetation. He pulls creeping things. He looks at that like, this is pretty cool. But then he says, you know what? I need a human. I need an entity to oversee the Adoma. Let's make a human. Let's make man, and we're going to make human, not like we made the gorilla, not like we made the elephant. We're going to give them dominion. I know the lion's the king of the jungle, but he's going to have dominion over all the Adoma. Did y'all know that even the lion is technically aware of your position over it? The only time it can really bother a human is when a human actually operates outside of its dominion, and that would be fear. So when a lion or a Bengal or anything out there in that wild jungle we're afraid of, we act. All right, you still there, guys? We lost connection for a second on Facebook and YouTube. Can you guys type in? Let me know you're still there.
We're still here.
YouTube is lost.
You're back up.
All right, thank you. Maybe somebody hit a pole or somebody dug up the wrong cable or something in our neighborhood. Not sure, but good. Thank you guys for letting me know you're still here. Wonderful. So when Elohim made day 6, everything in day 6 was made from the dirt. Day 5, everything was made from the waters. Those are two separate worlds. You and I don't have dominion over the waters. We only have dominion over the Adoma, the dirt on the Edets. So Elohim doesn't bless day 5. He just calls it good, but he blesses the entities he created that have life in days 5. Because the sun, the moon, the stars, the waters have life in them. But there was nothing to bless in day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. They were just constructs. The perimeters. Then day 6, day 5, there's waters, which he then put life in. That's a whole different universe in those waters. I don't even like thinking about going 7-8 miles down inside the water. I don't want to know what's down there. It ain't my business. Now the fish, I need them to come up on top because I need to eat them. Yeah, the grouper, the flounder, yeah, that whiting, yes, Lord, my God in Zion, right? So we have dominion over the fish of the sea, and we have dominion over the fowl of the air. So I'm going to eat my chicken. I'm going to eat my turkey. I'm going to eat my quail, okay? And whatever other birds there are to eat that don't have another process to do in the ecosystem. Got it? So they come from day number 5. We have dominion over the fish. Now, fish is not a catfish. A crab, a lobster, a scrimpuses is not a fish.
Did you say scrimpuses?
Scrimpuses.
You sure did.
That's not a fish. You understand? So, and oysters and anything that's a crustacean is not a fish. They are in the water. We only got dominion over a fish. A fish is any entity in that water that has both scales and fins on the same body. Scales and fins on the same body. That's the qualification for a fish. So an oyster doesn't have scales and it doesn't have fins. A crab doesn't have scales and it doesn't have fins. A catfish only has a fin. It does not have scales. I know y'all so mad at me right now, but I didn't make the rules. Elohim did. Y'all okay? We still talking? We still good?
Oh, we still good.
You know, now the reality is y'all been eating shrimp and lobster so long, y'all probably not going to stop. But I'm just letting you know the creator was like, don't do it because they are the janitors of the sea. Don't care how good they taste. They are the janitors of the sea. So that's what a fish is. So a shark, a dolphin, mahi-mahi is not a fish. That part. Tuna, that's a fish. Cat, that's not a fish. That joker got whiskers. Did y'all ever pay attention to the cat with the whiskers? That's not the fish.
You serious, mahi mahi? Oh no.
There you go. So conch, my Caribbean friend, is not a fish. I ain't have to tell y'all that. But now you know the definitions since the beginning. So day 5 was not blessed, right? Day 6 was not blessed, but what was made in day 6 to have dominion over day 6 was blessed. Do y'all notice that unique piece? In day 5, look at Genesis chapter 1. Come with me. Let's look at it. Oh, this thing reset my whole computer. Give me a second, guys. All right, come on back. Let's look at this. Look at the Bible on the screen. Okay, Genesis chapter 1. Let's go to verse number 21. Go to verse 20. Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and let the waters bring forth the birds, the fowl, the chicken, right, that fly above the earth in open firmament, the eagle, the falcon, the howls, the stork, the seagulls, right, the pigeons, the doves. Let them bring forth the fowl that fly above the earth in open firmament of heaven. Verse 21. Elohim then created the whales in the water, the living creatures that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after its kind. What does that verse? Can y'all finish reading for me that last part of that verse? And Elohim saw that it was
good. Good.
Did he bless it?
No. No.
Not the day, right?
Good.
Now, verse 22 says, Elohim blessed them. What was them? The creations inside of the waters. He blessed them, saying, be fruitful, multiply, fill the waters in the earth, in the seas, in the waters, in the seas, and let the fowl multiply on the earth. So that's why y'all got so many birds on the earth, because he blessed them to multiply. That's why chicken got so many chicken and turkeys, because they blessed to multiply. Verse 23, the evening and the morning were what day? Who can tell me?
It's day.
Day 5. There you go. Verse 24 says, and Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle, beasts of the earth. Verse 25, and Elohim made the beast of the earth and the cattle and everything that creeps upon the earth. Elohim saw that it was good. Y'all reading the same thing I'm reading?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did he bless the cattle? Did he bless the creeping thing?
No.
Oops. Verse 26. Elohim then said, let us make man in our image. Let us make man after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea. Very specific, right? Let them have dominion over the fowl of the air. Very specific, right? Let them have dominion over the cattle and over all the earth and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Verse 27. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him, male and female. He blessed them. Verse 28. Elohim blessed them. Who?
Male and female.
Right. Did he bless all the other things? The lion and the tiger and the caterpillar?
No, he did not.
They're not in this prayer, are they?
No.
You can say wow.
Wow. Wow.
So look at what he does. Elohim blessed the man and said to the man, to them, right? So he says to them, male and female, inside of one body. He blessed them and said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, subdue it. Now, here's where y'all lost your minds about the replenishing of the earth. Are y'all ready for Sabbath teaching or study? So everybody was reading this thinking that, you know, there was other men on the earth. They were supposed to replenish the earth with men. No, it was man's job in tilling the ground to make sure the earth was replenished. Therefore, man became shepherd, man became conscious, man became farmer. It's man's job to make sure that these beasts are mating. It's man's job to make sure that they have an environment to mate. But you, humanity, multiply. You make sure you're responsible for causing the earth to replenish what I gave you when I made you.
Amen. You can't replenish what wasn't there. Amen.
Y'all didn't get it. You didn't get it. The statement alone threw it.
That's not what's taught, though.
That's not, and it's not what's taught, but that's not also what we just said. Let me reread it. Elohim blessed them. He said unto them, be fruitful. Who's he talking to?
Man. Man.
He's talking to man, right? Male and female in one body, right? He then said, I want you to multiply, man. And I want you to replenish the earth.
Replenish what I've given you, not replenish.
Right. You're not replenishing man in the earth. I want you to replenish the earth. What I've given you, I want you to multiply humanity. And then I want you to make sure what you use in the earth, you replenish it. Y'all not going to tell me that don't hit different. Because y'all sitting here.
That hit different.
Wow.
So what you use, you replenish. That's like I tell my son and my daughter. Like you tell your family, hey, you use the last of the toilet paper, put another roll on there. Leave me out here. That wasn't funny. Let me drink some water. Maybe I need to.
But it's the truth, though.
You use the last of the paper towels, put another roll on there. Okay.
Replenish.
So Elder Rogers, you see why I know what you said, but I wanted to make sure it didn't stay out there that way, because it's not a matter, and I know you know what you meant, but there's not a matter of you replenishing humanity in the earth, because these are the first two. He said in charge, multiply human. And as you multiply, you're going to need these resources I've given you. I want you to replenish them. That means you have to be a steward over the things you use. And what you use, you got to replenish. Now, I've given you the herb of the field. I'm giving you the vegetation of the field. I'm giving you this cattle. You got carnivorous teeth, so you will eat meat. However that works out, whatever you use, you be responsible for replenishing. Whatever dies naturally, it's your job to make sure it's replenished. Our job is to make sure the earth is replenished with what the earth had when Elohim gave us the job. I got to keep moving.
Doing a lousy job with that. That part.
It ain't my job alone. Why y'all blaming me? I just found out too. Shoot.
I said, where are you? I didn't say you.
I was 30 years old when I found this out. I was already.
How they make the animals make sure they was, replenishing and multiplying? How'd they do that?
Did you see how the beast walked up to them? Did y'all see how the beast walked up to them in chapter 3?
Yes. Yes.
So the beast and the male, the beast and the human wasn't afraid of each other. So their job was to till the ground. Everything that came out of day 6 was humanity's job to replenish. That's tilling the ground. It's man's job to make sure it remains. He planted a garden eastward in Eden. Now you guys replenish everything in there, expand it. You multiply in this, but whatever you use, replenish it, help, take care of. And however he does it with them in Sabbath, he gives them instructions. He teaches them everything. He tells them what is. He tells them the inventory of what's in the garden. I mean, from the creeping thing to the flying thing. He tells humanity what it is. But then he realizes, man, this is a big job and you can't do this as one entity. So I'm going to separate y'all and make y'all two, but I want y'all to operate like one. That should help with the task at hand. We were never told to build skyscrapers. Y'all gonna let that pass over?
Tower of Babel came to mind.
We were never told to build skyscrapers. We were told to till, take care of, and make sure that this earth reproduces. We were never told to build housing complexes on top of environmentally conducive and needful areas. Felton said, I chuckled. Yeah. We have not done, since Adam got this head full of good and knowledge of good and evil, we haven't done what Elohim has required us to do. We all got a green thumb naturally. We've been educated out of it. You and I are made from the Adoma. Everything in the Adoma we communicate with. Everything in the Adoma you are already in sync with. That's why when he cursed man, he didn't curse man. When he, Genesis 3, he cursed the serpent. Y'all didn't catch that yet, did y'all? Wanda, what was your question again?
Oh, how did he make the animals multiply and make sure they were?
How was man responsible, and how was man to get the animals to multiply, right? Well, the animals already existed before the human did. The animals already existed before the human did. So when you and I come on the scene in verse 2, the earth has already had giraffes and goats and sheep. And then Elohim shut it all down, pickled the earth in water. And then when he decided to make human history, everything that had been created prior to the human history era, he told it to come back out of the earth, create what I already created in y'all before, just reproduce it. So the earth knows how to take care of itself. We were given a job to make it better because it appears you don't see dinosaurs in your day right now, but the earth in its crust and through anthropology, you realize that there were some dinosauric, whatever kind of saurics you want to call them, in the earth. Maybe they had dominion and they were just rampaging through the earth. They wasn't maintaining it, giving dominion over it. They wasn't taking care of it. And Yahweh was like, look, rather than eat like the T-Rex did and just eat everything, I want y'all to eat and then replace. eat, and then replenish. Okay, wash and rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. So, you know, we can go with that. And some of you might say, man, you being subjective. No, no, no. He was very specific. Humanity, I want something to take dominion over this earth. Those things that he made, he told him to bring forth. They already existed. He didn't create them when he was giving us the litany of human history's inventory. They were created in verse 1. Verse 1 and verse 2 have a many years. We can't even quantify that divide verse 1 and verse 2 of Genesis 1-2. So in Genesis 1, there's a whole nother dialect and narrative. In verse 2, it starts human history. There was a history before human history. The earth did have goats, bears, ox, Bengals, tigers, lions, giraffes, and whatever else, crocodiles, alligators, before human history era took place. So if you read verses that we're reading in chapter 1, clearly he tells you he told the dirt to bring forth those creatures after their kind. They already existed because he created them before human history. So humanity thinks it's entitled and it's the reason that the earth exists, and you're not. Elohim shut the earth down. We don't know how many times. He shut it down twice since human history. He pickled it again when he had Noah. The earth, the people, the humans wouldn't do as he required, such wickedness. He caused it to rain and he re-pickled the earth again in water. Isn't that how the story started? Now, you and I, because of anthropology and because of the carbon dating and understanding the crust of the earth, you and I now know that there was an ice age. And that's how we know the dinosaurs got destroyed. So if we had an ice age, which was before human time, because everything in the ice age got destroyed, humanity wasn't here for that. There were entities that had skeletal structures and spinal structures like a human being, but they were not humans because their brain was too small, can't have the same mass that we carry in our brain right now, the same mass, the same space for the brain matter that we carry in our skulls. Theirs was peeny, small, and that's why people think that we evolved from apes. No. Those skeletal structures were prior to the time of human history in verse 2. So the actual earth went through an ice age, and whatever had dominion on the earth then, T-Rex, whatever kind of other sauruses you got and your, raptors and all that stuff, they died in that ice age. So there were items that were already in existence. Now watch this. When the earth pulls back up in verse number 24, and he starts talking about day 6, he tells the earth, look at verse 26. Just look at it. Look at verse 26. Let's look at it. Verse 24. Look at what it says. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature. That means the earth already had a template. He had already made that template before. And what he did was he just called from the earth to bring it back into existence again.
Oh, wow.
Y'all gonna listen or y'all gonna think I'm crazy?
No,
It's been sitting there the whole time.
never saw that.
It's just right there. I didn't make it up. See? And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature. Then verse 26 says, and Elohim said, let us make man. This is the first time humanity is being made.
Correct.
Notice what he says. He says specifically when he says, let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind. He's specific. He doesn't say bring forth T-Rex. He doesn't say bring forth a raptor. He doesn't say bring forth. Okay, let me keep moving.
Wanda.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to ask you, so I'm glad you talked about the prehistoric age, because I was going to ask you, could we look at the word likeness? Because you did talk about that in Bible Book Club. And I wanted us to look at the word likeness and what that meant.
Okay, well, we're on a certain vein, so you got to show me how you're trying to connect it, because likeness goes a lot of different ways.
Well, I actually said my name before we started talking about the animals and all that.
Okay, so get me to where we got to be at. Where you at?
Verse 26.
Okay. So we can look at the word likeness. It's the word demuth. We talk about it all the time. Look at, and it means the resemblance of something. Concretely, a model, a shape, a like, a fashion, a manner, a similitude. That comes from the word 1819, which is, watch this, the amal, right? Which talks about something that's compared to, by implication, resembles something that is likened to, considered as, liken, meaning, similitude. So likeness is we're made in Elohim's likeness. And that's where he puts this at for humanity. So when we talk about, man being, Elohim being 3 in 1, people always say, let me put this way to some of you. People always say, God is 3 different persons. And you can't say that. That's why I have a problem even getting in debates anymore these days with Trinitarians and the Trinitarian belief and triune God and all this like this. You got to understand that you and I were made the way he is. Now, are there 3 different yous walking around in the earth? No. So, Wanda, can I use you?
Yes, sir.
So, Wanda, you're a womb man, correct?
Correct.
I'm a male. I'm a masculine human. You're a feminine human. In his likeness, he made us. So, if you and I are born, we become a child. Female would be a daughter, male would be a son. If we then grow and marry, female becomes a wife, the male becomes a husband. If they have children, female becomes a mother, male becomes a father. Now, the attributes of a son, the attributes of a husband, the attributes of a father, or on the female side of that, the daughter, the wife, and the mother, each set of attributes take on a different responsibility. But the mother, the daughter, the wife, the mother, that would be Wanda, is all Wanda. The son, the husband, the father, that would be, in my case, I'm putting my name here, me, VW, that's all one. So the son, the child, the parent, the child, the spouse, the parent are all one entity. The business person, the student, the civil pillar, the pillar in community, they are all one person. Though when you call that one person, all these attributes, which attribute needs to be identified to engage. So if you want the daughter of Wanda, that attribute to come out, that needs to be identified. That's usually done by who approaches her, one of the parents of Wanda. If you want the mother, that's based on who approaches her, the offspring of her, or a community person in need of a mother, right? or that spouse is going to be approached by whomever she had been married to or is married to. So those attributes are identified for your function in the civilization that you are existing in. So when we say that we were created in Elohim's likeness, this is why it's important to just not call him God, just not call him Lord, just not call him Lord, as your Bible says, these titles. You actually need to know his name, because his names identify the attributes. One of the key attributes that we must pay attention to is that Elohim is God Father, Elohim is God Son, Elohim is God Holy Spirit. All of them are Elohim. That's why in Deuteronomy chapter 4, Devarim chapter 4, he goes on to state our Adonai is one. So all this Trinitarian stuff, not understanding that he's not three different gods, and people get that confused, which is why they stay away from what you guys are presenting in Christendom, because we don't know how to explain it. And you think, you then think that, some other entity is God, and he's not. So Elohim is not divided. I'm not divided. I can be dad, I can be husband, and I can be son, all in the same body. And when you call me out the house, or you call me in the house, or you call me around the house, you got to let me know what attribute you need. I also have an attribute of being a peer, a friend, a colleague. So the son in me, or the father in me, when called upon, addresses my offspring. But when a colleague calls me, the colleague attribute, the peer attribute, the friend attribute kicks in. And that's why Elohim says, because you have known my name, I'll be with you in trouble. But to say that the likeness in definition is that which is in similitude or in the shape of that which is the subject, that's likeness, and we operate like him. But it doesn't mean that our God is three different people. He is Elohim, who is Yahweh, Elohim, who is Adonai, Elohim, who is Ruach HaKodesh. God Father, God Son, God Holy Spirit, they are our Elohim. They're not three different persons. They're attributes of that person. Did that help, or did I confuse you all?
No, that helps.
That helped.
Yeah,
That helped.
So the likeness, when Elohim made humanity in his likeness, he made him in his likeness also to be, watch this, the dominion. Man was made to be in charge just like Elohim, until man ate the knowledge of the good and evil. Now he don't know what the heck to do. That's why he has not been tilling the ground. He's been tearing up the ground. Our job on the earth was to forever. Now, would we have houses? Would we have potentially skyscrapers? Whatever. There'd be a way we would find how to have residency as humans tilling the earth. Yahweh would tell us if we would honor him in Shabbat and let him instruct us, except he build the house, they that labor in vain. So if we were to listen to him in Sabbath as he's asked, instead of doing what Adam did, just disobeyed, we would have a better instruction on how to actually till the ground and live on ground as the dominant dominion keeper. Our jobs would be to keep dominion, to have dominion over the Adoma. Yahweh would not leave us without a way to reside on it as well. So back to another question you brought up earlier, how would man be able to handle the beast? The beast already knew what to do. It wasn't until Adam ate the tree of the knowledge of good and evil that fear came into Adam. And now the Bengal and the lion will look at you like you a snack, because they smell fear. Fear is what they use to get their prey. When the gazelle runs, they smell fear. They chase the gazelle. That fear of the gazelle fuels the lion. The lion gets more energy and attacks the gazelle and eats the gazelle because the aroma is the fear. That's why you and I cannot operate in a spirit of fear. He has not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and a sound mind. These three elements mean that you are solid, you are stable, you are not caught up, conflicted, and dealing with self-preservation, demoting and self-depressing spirits. You have the authority. You know who you are. You know where you walk. You know what you do. When Elohim cursed the three entities that failed in the garden, the serpent, the woman, and the man, he cursed the body of the serpent, he cursed the body of the woman, he cursed the ground for the man. Because that ground is supposed to communicate with that human body because it's made from the human body. And whenever the human body, having dominion, would walk in any area of the garden would respond to its dominion. The garden would respond to its kingship. The garden would respond to its authority. That means the lion would, oh, that's the lion's here. The head of the food chain is here. And until that dominion shows fear, the lion not going to try you. How do y'all think that other people are able to tame lions? Because they don't show any fear to them. But the ones that do show fear, well, that's a chicken dinner. Same thing with dogs. You stare that dog down and look him dead in his eyes, right into his, he ain't got no soul, but right through him, like, I am the dominion. That dog will not attack you. I don't care how well they trained him in the police academy. I don't care how well they trained him in special ops. That dog, if you're looking at him and you get his attention because he's looking at you, he will stop mid-attack, though he's been told by his commander to go get you, and it will stop because it knows you know its authority. The same way it obeys it, it will obey you. The problem is you get confused because that's given it you and I, the attacked gets freaked out because the attacker, the dog, is being commanded by what trains him. But he is subjected to the trainer who is human. How do you think the human has the ability to train the dog? Because it don't show the dog fear. But the trainer can psychologically cause the attacked to panic and fuel the fear need for the attacker. And if you don't understand that, you'll always be played. Does that help?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
You have dominion over anything that creeps on this field. Anything that came out of the Adoma. Now, it can look pretty big when it comes at you. How do you think elephants get trained? How do you think Bengals get trained? The trainer knows its position. The trainer knows it can't show any fear. Humanity has, now you can't go out there, I told y'all stay out that water. Y'all playing with that water like y'all control the water. You control the dirt. You a mud pie walking. You can't be out there in that water, in that ocean, talking about, come here, Jaws, let me train you to jump through these fiery hoops of these hoops of fire we want you to dive out of. That's why SeaWorld got all them problems. They trying to, them things, look here. You know how many trainers and got eaten up in SeaWorld and messed up over in there? I'm not being funny. I'm being dead serious. Get down in that water with orca if you want to. Shamu. Shamu kebab is what you'll be. Because you don't have dominion. Orca he don't recognize your dominion. You taste like protein. That's it. You look like protein. You go out there with y'all like, hey, you know you're not supposed to be here, don't you? Thanks for bringing the tartar sauce. You don't have dominion over the waters. You got dominion over the dirt. Somebody say, know your place. That's your problem.
Know your place. That's your problem. Know your place. Know your place.
Know your place. That's why me and cruises don't get along no more. In the event that obstruction called a cruise ship should topple over. Y'all know a cruise ship is like a tic-tac in the water.
Now you done messed up that, Apostle.
I ain't trying to mix it up. I'm just letting y'all know, be mindful when y'all go out there. You are officially out of your dominion.
I pray in a cruise. With grace and mercy, because I'm going.
May the Lord be with you.
Amen.
I hope you enjoy. I mean, they've done some great things. They've taught y'all how to get across. We do have ships. We do have vessels. I'm just saying, should they so happens to overturn, I hope you know how to swim. And you got to be faster than them, because you can't turn around, look them in the eyes and like, stop. You say, stop what? I'm sorry. You can't. You can't turn around like, hey, you out here. You should have stayed up there where you was. We know the boundaries you're supposed to have. Now, I won't mess with Squidward over here, but you from over there. You ain't got no business out here. And, let's see what you taste like. He'd be like Forrest Gump. When you humans come out here in this water, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get until you open it up.
Wow. All right, Apostle.
I'm just telling y'all what it is. Y'all see it. Y'all read it. Y'all don't have dominion over that water. You don't. So when you out there on that cruise ship, it's just a tic-tac on you. Drop a tic-tac or something the size of a tic-tac on your carpet right now. Just drop a little tic-tac on the carpet. And then put it in context of your house, in your room, in your space. You see all that space around that tic-tac by its little old self in that water. You can put the whole can of Tic Tacs on the floor, on your bedroom floor, on your living room floor, in your den on the floor. You can put them down there. They are too far apart. There is too much in that water for you to be contending with. And then it goes 8 miles down. You don't know what's going to come out that water. You got whole boats missing, whole ships missing. You and Jacques Cousteau, he ain't here no more. And everybody who was out there in that water, they gave us a lot of information about what could possibly be down there. But they tell you all the time, we got sounds coming out of that water. We don't even know what that could be. And then you got the group that wants to go up into the heavens, into the space. Yahweh put the firmament around the earth for the human to live within. You can go out there with Elon Musk if you want to and try to go ahead and put your little colony up on Mars or a colony up on Venus if you want to. He made this earth for your narrow behind. This where you at. You want to go out there and play Star Trek if you want to. Go into beyond into the beyond into the infinity. You go out there if you want to. You and Buzz Lightyear. Go ahead. I'm going to be right where he put me at, between the waters. And between the waters, he gave me this island called the Eretz. We call it the Adoma. My granddaddy's name is Adom. I'm connected to it. I got dominion on it, and I'm not coming off my throne for none of y'all. I will put my feet in the water where the fish at. I'll take a boat as long as it ain't too far off the shore. And I'm not afraid of the water. But that water in itself, if you should so happens to get an earthquake in the water, that water is a power all of its own. Your job and my job, we were created to till the ground. That's what the instructions say. Look at the Bible. I'll put it up here again on the screen for y'all. It's right here. Look. Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature. Verse 25, he made the beasts of the earth after his kind. Elohim said in verse 26, let us make man. He didn't say earth bring forth man, did he?
No. Nope.
He did say, let the earth bring forth the beasts of the field, didn't he? Verse 24, he said, let the earth bring forth, because he had already made that long ago before he put the earth in the ice age. And we don't know how many times he did that, but we do know that that last ice age has some very large entities with some very weird skeletal structures. And then we've put, science to it and made our imaginations wrap sinew around those frames of bones. And we got a pretty good idea of what Leviathans look like. You notice that, right? That part. So he did not say, let the earth bring forth the Leviathan, but he did tell the waters to bring forth whatever's out there that you got out there. So the crocodile, your rhino, your manatees, your whales, that's some pretty interesting formations and textures of skin and body types. But in the earth, he said, bring forth cattle, bring forth herbs. So whatever else he had made up in verse 1 of Genesis 1, before he got to verse 2, he was very specific to give a particular inventory. Let the earth bring forth the living creatures. Let it bring forth. Meaning it's already in you. I put it in you beforehand. But verse 26, he says, you know what? Let's hold up a second. We're going to make a man this time. Let us make man in our image. Let us make the element that has dominion. We're going to make in our image this time. So that means that there would be quite probable there was something else in a different era of dominion than the human history. So human history is specific to human history. But the earth had these entities on it now was coming up back then before human history. So them things existed.
That's why I asked you to read it possible.
So you trying to say I talk too much?
No, you asked.
That's all I heard. And I heard that in my discernment, in my innermost discernment, in my innermost sprite. You took 35 minutes to get to the point about likeness, Apostle Man. Okay,
you said time in, so I wanted to make sure I had tied it in and feel good.
Yeah. So Earth Girl made a statement from Red October. Yeoman was... Oh, you're talking about a movie. Okay. She was talking about the yeoman who was listening to a whale and didn't know it was a whale. The yeoman's trainer said, that sound you hear is a whale, a marine mammal that knows more about sonar than you. Yes, sonar. We're playing around with sonar. Birds live by it. Whales live by it. They live by a certain GPS, a sound, a magnetic element that's in the earthen realm. All this wave stuff that we think we're discovering, 5G, 6G, 10G, radar radiation, all that stuff. This is what makes the world goes round. And these elements have been a part of it. Birds, fish in the sea, they travel by it. Geese, ducks, they travel by it. They know these sounds and they are very much connected to it. That's why people don't pay attention to Yahweh. Listen, that's why people need to pay attention to why Yahweh in Genesis chapter 3, why Yahweh cursed the earth for man's sake. Because if man's feet are connected to the earth, man will actually have a GPS process that is literally mind-blowing. Okay. Check my platforms, please. And so, you know, with all of that, I sit in amazement, like, Yahweh, you know, did you curse the earth so man wouldn't be connected to all that man needed because man thinks he knows more now that he's got the knowledge of good and evil? And so when Yahweh cursed the earth from communicating with man like that, I really believe we lost a great deal of navigating on the planet. Now we have to resort to, watch this. This is deep to me. I'm gonna tell y'all what I was thinking when it happened, when I got this knowledge. When Elohim disconnected the earth from touching from man. Okay, remember the woman, she was cursing her body. That's why women have babies in pain and in sorrow, and they have multiple emotions. The serpent, his body was cursed. He now crawls upon the earth. But the human man, he did not curse the man's body. He disconnected the man from what he was made from. So man didn't know north, south, east, and west. The earth helped him know that.
So is that why men have such trouble asking for directions?
Take her off microphone and put her down in the audience nicely, please. tuck her butt down in the tuck her down in the audience. I will say this, Elder Rogers. I wonder, would we need compasses if he had not cursed the earth for man's sake? Y'all can bring her back up. You can give her a microphone back.
I'm just trying to behave. That's all.
You ain't trying to behave. You're trying to stir up some mess. So, talking about men, that's why men. But listen, wait a minute. You know what? I got to endorse this. Actually, Elder Rogers, let me come off mic and endorse this. Elder Rogers is being slick, right? Being funny. All right. So I'm telling y'all that Elohim did not curse the woman's body, but he did curse the man. He cursed the earth for man's sake. I wonder if we would have compasses if it had not been for that. Now, I got to think about this again. Elder Rogers, in her little jokey joke, may have a point, because he didn't curse the earth for the woman's sake, and she does seem to be who we go to if our compass fails us. Now you got me thinking. I do got to ask Siri. And wait a minute, and the Android world, who y'all ask? Alexa. Why they got to be a woman?
Because we do kind of know.
I did not ask you. It was a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question.
Women think better.
It's a rhetorical question.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's a solo. It's a solo. Y'all don't need another pastor going viral for telling y'all to stop singing while I'm singing. It's a solo.
They use their emotion.
So the woman is still connected to the earth, you know, because the Adoma is land. That's why the woman is so fertile. She is like the earth. Whatever seed you put in the earth, she produces it, man. She multiplies it. So we got way off on that. Apostle Walker said, it's because we know things. You know what, Elder Walker?
Well, we do, Pastor.
I'm
That's
a-
all we say. We know things.
I'm gonna leave y'all
We
alone.
don't know why, but we know things.
We don't know why, but we know things.
Yeah, we can always find our way. We might be a little bewildered.
No, that's real talk.
right.
Always find our way.
That's real talk.
Right.
We will not lie. They will find their way in a minute. Now, if you think about that, let's really talk about that, even though it's a jokey joke. It's not a jokey joke anymore for me. Because when he curses the ground for man's sake, now humanity's sake. But he does this after he curses the body. The serpent's body got cursed, but he navigates on the earth. Now he crawls upon the ground, right? The woman, her body is affected, so she now has to have children in pain. She has more emotions than man does, which is both a negative and a positive at the same time, but it usually plays out more negatively for men because of how we perceive it. But her body was affected, not her connection to the earth. And man, he didn't affect man's body. He affected his connection with the earth. I mean, we really have to look at that. So, yeah. Now, I had a great mother who trained me and taught me a lot of different things. And, you know, I'll find my way. I very seldom get lost. And I'm not saying that as a man trying to brag or anything like that. I very seldom get lost because I do stay within my lane. I'll make sure I got what I need. But when those moments I do get lost, I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, okay, Siri. Woo, Lord. And you know what's funny? Here's another funnier part to that is when I was younger and I lived in very agriculture areas, forests and woods, though I lived in a city. Right outside the city, we were like, I lived in the best of both worlds. I lived in the city and I lived in the boondocks. You can't be right. Yeah, I don't know how I was blessed to be that way, but I was. And if you went too far one way, you was lost in the woods and could not find your way back out. So as long as I stuck to the map I had, and I got to admit this, at making a joke on myself, which is a real part of my pain. And I hope y'all don't laugh at it too much, but I'm giving y'all permission to. When I would get lost, I wouldn't call for my dad. I would call Mommy. So I don't know if that means something. That I know who knew how to get me out. It had to be Mommy. That's the weirdest thing. Maybe only the men will get that.
Like I said, we know things. We know things.
Oh, there go Elder Walker, Father Apostle.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I know you missed it, but we do know things, Pastor. We do.
It's true. I will not deny you that. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's get back into the writ here. Are you guys enjoying yourselves? Are you learning anything today? Just give me some thumbs up on Clubhouse. Give me some thumbs up on the line. I'd appreciate that.
We know things. Is that a sixth sense?
I'm not going there with that, but I will say this, that I'm going to research something because I do know of a conspiracy theory that I don't like giving into conspiracy theories, but there was a theory that came out of a conspiracy theory about the magneticism and the ebbing and flowing of the earth with the human body, and my own personal experiences with gardening. How, in fact, when I'm in that earth, I can't feel more empowered. So now we have you have a lot of things now for sale about grounding And I recently had an experience, you know, with dirt, taking off my shoes, and the vibe, the feel, the flow, now you got these things called mudding. You know, you had seaweed wraps and stuff like that. Now you're doing mudding, and it seems to give the body some sense of balance, and its neurology, and some other elements are affected by that neurology being made straight. Then while you're sleeping, the neurology is straight. It communicates better to your body gets healed. All of this is connected to rest. And the fact that you're dirt. Because that's what you are. You and I are dirt. And then we wear these shoes that are rubber, and rubber deflects any kind of current, right? It doesn't carry. So just a thought. So I'll be doing a little bit of study on that later on in my own personal time. Let's get back to Shabbat and get back to Torah. So verse number 25. Wait a minute. Daphne, did you have a question?
Spencer.
Daphne, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. You kind of answered it, because I was looking at the two words, kind and image, and I realized that Elohim was so specific about those two words. And as you were talking, you kind of brought it out. So thank you.
You're welcome. And for the sake of the fact that you brought up kind and image, I'll bring them up on so verse 25, verse 24, let the earth, look at verse 24, look at the screen, look at the Bible. Let the earth, Elohim said, let the earth bring forth a creature after its kind. Kind is the word mean. That word is rooted in, portioned out, a sort or a species. You can compare this word to the Hebrew word 4480, which is also the word mean, right? Meaning mine, right? Constructive plural. It is a part of something prepositionally. It's from or out of in many senses. Something that follows. It is something that is after a thing, among a thing, at a thing, because of or by reason of a thing. So that's what you're dealing with the word kind and all of its comparatives. Now, when you also mention image, and so we'll read down till we get to image. Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind, meaning the mean. All right. The cattle, the beasts of the earth after its kind, same word mean. Elohim made the beasts of the earth after their kind, cattle after its kind, that crepeth upon the earth after his kind. Elohim saw it was good. And then you go to verse 26. Elohim said, let us make man. Verse 26, let us make man in our image. The word image here is the word tzlashem, which is the word meaning a shade, meaning to shade, meaning a phantom of, meaning an illusion of, meaning a resemblance of, a representative figure of, an idol of, a vain show of. And then it says, let Elohim make man in our image. And then it says, and after our likeness, we did a likeness, which is demuth, which is another phraseology for resemblance. So when you talk about image and likeness, they both reference, watch this, they both reference resemblance, right? But if you notice that image is vain, likeness, demuth, means manner and similitude. So we could indict that this is both the vain element of the earthen vessel, and the likeness is the element of the spiritual level. So there's two resemblances. Demuth resembles that which is concrete. The image references a resemblance of that which is vain. So Daphne, I felt that was worth traveling into.
Yes, sir. And one more thing, Apostle, when you go back to the word kind, like you said, it was so he gave us the command to produce a certain portion of the creatures, but man, he didn't put a limit on mankind to, as in his image, to resemble him. Is that also true?
No, you can't say that. He gave man the responsibility to multiply itself and then help to replenish whatever dies, whatever is used of what he created. So the blessing was for man to multiply and then have the green thumb and then have the ability to be a good shepherd, you know, and whatever is done away with in the earth, you make sure you're creating an environment that it can reproduce as it would be. So when you use something, replenish the earth, replenish the earth. And it's a good thought, Daphne, but we don't want to say it that way because that's where it goes left at. James Warren has a question. I did hear your name, Pastor Spencer. I'm gonna come right to you. But James Warren asks a question. If you're still out there, James, somebody let me know. He's on YouTube apparently. He asks, where is rest located? Rest is actually a spiritual plane. It is the Sabbath. It is the Shabbat. Rest is located on and in the seventh day. So when we talk about rest, we talk about Shabbat. So that would require us, and I'll answer this question this way, James, by using the writ to do it. Great question, James, but let's look at the writ and see what it says. What is rest? So when we leave here and we come out of Genesis chapter 1 and we go into Genesis chapter 2, we will be dealing with, thus the heavens and the earth were finished. Verse 2, the seventh day Elohim ended his work that he made, and he rested on the seventh day. So rest is the Shabbat. It is a place and a time where we repose or we desist from exertion. And it's used in several implications of relationships as both causatively, figuratively, or specifically. It means to make something to cease. And at that ceasing of whatever, exertions you're using, you celebrate a cause to make you to fail from your exertions and to keep Shabbat. Suffering or suffer to be lacking, leave off from work, put away work, put down work, make you to rest. Where is rest? Rest is in Shabbat. Rest is in the Sabbath day. The Sabbath day is the seventh day of creation, which on our Gregorian calendar is in fact between Friday at sundown until Saturday at sundown on the Gregorian calendar, because humans decided to superimpose their convenience and itineraries over the calendar of creation of our Creator. I hope that helps a little bit. James, I'm going to go ahead and engage you on this next question. James says, thank you. Yeshua said, come all who labor and I will give you rest. I will give you Shabbat. Yeshua is not the Sabbath. However, he will introduce you because his job, Yeshua's job, was to show us how to live. Remember what he said in Matthew chapter 5. Yeshua told those that were with him, he says, I didn't come to destroy the Torah. I didn't come to destroy the prophets who propagated the Torah. I came to show you how to live it. Matthew 5, 17 through 19. You can go there and read that. Another passage of very sincere significance is the fact that when you go to Hebrews, which is one of our Sabbath keeping instructions, and I'll put it on the screen for you guys to see it as well. In this, I got too many tiles. I got to delete some of these tiles. All right, here we go. Sabbath keeping in Shabbat, which is what we do. And I want to make this clear for us, brother, and to those of you who are with us. Sabbath, we're in Genesis 2. We haven't left it yet. But you also, how to keep Shabbat, you learn from Genesis 2. You also learn from Exodus 16, Jeremiah 17, Exodus 20, Isaiah 58, Mark 2, Luke 7. But the one I want to focus on is Hebrews chapter 4. So when Yeshua makes the statement, many people have believed that Yeshua is our Sabbath. And Paul makes it very clear Yeshua is not our Sabbath, but he shows us how to Shabbat. If you come and listen to what I'm teaching you, Yeshua was saying to them, I will show you, I will give you how to Shabbat, how to properly in Shabbat, not do your own thing, not speak your own words, but rest unto him, desist from any exertion that is outside of the capacity Yahweh recommends, and I'll show you how to do that. So to prove that, This is a great question, Brother James. I want y'all to look at this next piece. Pastor Spencer, please be ready with your question in a few seconds. Hebrews chapter and number 4. Everybody go to Hebrews chapter 4. I'll bring it up on the screen for y'all to see it. Hebrews chapter number 4. Hebrews chapter number 4. Hebrews chapter number 4. Hebrews chapter number 4. Here we are. It's on the screen. Verse numbers 4 through 12. Watch what he says. For he spake in a certain place about the seventh day, and he spake on this wise. Now, verse 4 of Hebrews 4 is referencing and verbatim reciting Genesis 2, verses 1 through 3, which we just read. So pay attention to this closely. Verse 4 says, for he spake in a certain place of the seventh day on this wise, and Elohim did rest the seventh day from all of his works. Watch this. And in this place again, if they shall enter into my rest, seeing therefore that the Sabbath does remain, that some must enter therein, and they to whom the Sabbath was first preached didn't enter into Sabbath because of their unbelief. Verse 7 says, again, he, horizod, limiteth a certain day, Sabbath, saying when David was alive, that today, Sabbath, after so long a time, as it said, today, Sabbath, if you will hear his voice, don't speak your own words, and harden not your hearts, don't find your own pleasures, but listen to his word. For if Yeshua had given them rest, like some were saying he did, and ended Sabbath, then he would not have afterwards spoken of another day, Sabbath. Verse 9, therefore, the word here is there remains because of that a Sabbath to the people of Elohim. James, I hope that made a little bit of sense for you. Hope that was helpful, actually. Great questions, man. And I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. It's great. One last one, James, before I got to move on. I'll take you one more time because I know you're new, but I want to make sure we get a chance to get to Pastor Spencer, who's got something dynamic to share. I'm certain of it. Thank you very much, James says. Is Yeshua not the ark that Noah rode in? Is Yeshua not the ark that Noah rode in? So is he not the ark for me to also ride in, for us also? No, Yeshua is not the ark. Yeshua is the flesh. From Isaiah 9:6. Don't get upset initially. Just hear what I'm going to share with you. Isaiah 9:6, unto us a child is born. That's Yeshua. Unto us a son is given. That is the Adonai, who is our Elohim. So the word Adonai was put into flesh. John 1:1, John 1:14. In the beginning was the word. The word was with Elohim because the word was Elohim. Anything that was made, nothing was made that the word did not make. Now that word is Adonai, God the Son, the word of God. John 1:14 then goes on to say, and the word was made flesh. Now Hebrews 5:10 tells us that Adonai and Yahweh are having a conversation that Paul has been privy to. And in this conversation, Adonai is telling Yahweh this vein. He says, sacrifices and offerings that were put into the writ, you don't really care for them because the people now are abusing that system. But a body, God the Son says, Yahweh, my Father, you have made me. So Yeshua is the child born. Adonai is the son given, and the word by the body prepared became flesh and dwelt among us. And we beheld his glory as the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth, because the word is grace, the word is truth, the body is full of it, right? Now, that having been stated and identified, the one thing that is clear is that Noah's ark, the body of Yeshua, was not born yet. However, it does typify that those instructions to make that ark typify how we are to use those same types of instructions Elohim gave to Noah, but he wrote them down for us in the Torah. That is how we will sail through this earth and miss the calamity about us and be in the ark of salvation, be in the ark of safety, be in the ark of being saved. It is a type, but that is not the ark. Yeshua is not the ark. The word that Yeshua was in and is in now is that ark. The ark is the word. That's the plane. That's the safety net. That's the actual strong tower that the righteous can run into. Yeshua gives us access to that word. That's why he says, if you come to me, I'll show you how to live the word. Because I didn't come to destroy the word, nor the prophets that propagate the word. I come to show you how to live the word. And the things I do, they are my Father's words. The things you hear me say, they are my Father's words. I'll show you how that benefits your life. So when you follow me, you'll do what I'm doing, and that is honor his word. And we're in an ark of safety by virtue of that. James, I hope that that helped. And I appreciate your question. I want to make sure I finish that question off for you too. Thank you so very much. Yeshua is not the ark of the road. And so he is not the same ark for me to also ride and go. What Yeshua did, that's why we want to be like Yeshua. That's why we should mark him who walked up right before us by the word, by the instructions of Elohim, and in us obeying the word like Yeshua obeyed the word, we will please the Father. And the Father will then have us enter into the divine spiritual rest of our eternal life. So that ark that keeps us in this world is the word's instructions in a world the word made. When we obey the word, then the calamity due the world, we can be safe from it. But if we won't obey the word, we are not in that ark. And whatever calamity comes to the world, and it's coming, we will be subjected to and thereby subservient to and victimized by, and eternal damnation becomes our reward rather than eternal rest. Awesome, sir. Any questions you got, make sure you ask them. Feel free to. We have no problem. We don't duck them. We come right at them and give you the written. I pray we gave you enough of the Bible and the writ and the Torah to show you that this is not something just off the top of the dome. This is in his word as we read it. We have a queue, I think, not a queue, but I know that Minister Pastor Spencer, who I love hearing from. She's still there?
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom, Pastor. How are you doing?
I am well. I hope the same for everyone else.
Appreciate you.
So you left off in Genesis chapter 1, I think at verse 28.
Wait a minute. Are you coming back online to tell me, Apostle, we need you to stick to the Torah? Can you get back over it? No, I'm just messing.
No, not at all. Not at all. But when you left off there, I thought that was a good segue for my questions. So,
great.
And I'm watching you online, so stop making fun of me. I see you.
I love you, though.
So you left off in Genesis chapter 1 and verse 28, and I'm excited that we're taking a deeper dive into this. And Daphne's question and how you answered her question triggered something in my mind. And Genesis 1 and 28 reads, Elohim blessed them, and Elohim said to them, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue it. And it talks about the fish of the sea, the birds of the air. And I know in some translations, it uses the word replenish.
Mine does, yes.
But as you have taught us, the Bible in its original language was written in Hebrew. So you've taught us to go back and look up what words mean.
Right.
And that word replenish in the Hebrew does not mean to refill or to replace, but it means to fill.
Correct.
And to be full of.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I saw verse 28, I also thought about Genesis 9 and 6. This same edict, this same command he gave to Noah.
Correct.
Right? He told, let me pull it up. If you can pull it up, let me pull it up.
I'm here. So what I got you now is on Genesis 1:28, and I pulled up the word for replenish, which is the Hebrew word 4390. It's on the board,
Yes.
on the screen. And this is the word malay. All right. And the word malay is a primitive root word. It means to fill, or intransitively to be full of something. In a wider application, it literally and figuratively means to accomplish, confirm, or consecrate something, to be at an end with, be expired with, be fenced in with, fill or fulfill, be or become, draw out, give in, go fully with, full set, full tail, flow, overflow, have fullness, furnish, gather, gather together, presume, replenish, satisfy, set a space for, take a hand or a handful of, to have wholly. Now in Genesis chapter 9, where you want us to run to here, is also a place where that word replenish comes from. And you are where in chapter 9? I'll join you there.
Verse 1.
Verse 1. It's on the screen. Your floor is yours.
Yes. And so his commandment and edict to Noah was also the same thing that he gave in Genesis 1 and 28. And so I'd like to examine that word replenish and maybe also think about what it actually means, if it means to fill or to be full of or to fulfill. And like I said, that word triggered other scriptures and passages in my mind. And could it be that Yahweh was saying, I think there's a passage in Habakkuk that says, let all the earth be filled with the knowledge and the glory of Yahweh. Could it be that in Genesis 1 and 28 and 9 and 1 that he wants us to fill the earth or replenish the earth with his glory and with his knowledge, not necessarily to replace or reuse or refill? That's the question that I wanted to ask.
That's a great question. That was something that came up in one of our theological panels some time ago as well. This was many years ago. And this is when we really start to dig into the ideal that, and which is why I tell you guys, make sure when you're reading the Bible, you are understanding the definitions. And what Pastor Spencer is doing right here is exactly what we want done in every single turn of your Bible and you're reading it. Now, the thing about this is that, yes, Yahweh wants his earth filled. It's not really our job to fill the earth with his glory because he's already done that. It's
what I mean by that is we're created in his image and in his likeness. And by default, we are to fill. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I was talking when you were talking.
No. You're talking. You got the floor.
Since we were created in his image and in his likeness, to have dominion and authority. Is that what he wants us to manifest in the earth? Is that what he wants us to fill the earth with?
You know, this is going to be so controversial when I say this. Now, you all have been with me a long time, and I've told you that we do way too much, right? And so the truth of man when he was made wasn't to fill the earth with Elohim's glory. He already did that. Man's job was to have dominion over the Eretz and till the ground. That's it. The glory of Elohim already exists. It's already in the earth. And when we comply with the word, we're tapping into that glory. Paul said it very interestingly to the Galatians when he told them, Elohim will supply all your need according to his riches in glory by your knowledge of Yeshua HaMashiach, meaning again, in proper context, by your knowledge of his word, which is why he gave you the body of Yeshua filled with the word of Elohim so you would know how to tap into glory that's already around you. Yeshua didn't have to go off of the earth to pull anything from glory down in. When he wanted someone to be raised from that coma that they were in with Lazarus, when he needed to pull gold out of the fish's mouth that was in the water, he didn't have to go out of this earthen realm or continue to bring the glory of Elohim in it. He just had to get access to it because it's already here. You and I will have all we have need of provided us in and by the glory of Elohim, which we get access to by our knowledge of his word. So the glory is already here. It's already filled the earth. Psalms 19. Someone grab Psalms 19 for me. Psalms 19 is probably the greatest way to really explain this. The firmaments already declare his glory. So, Pastor Spencer, this debate we had with another group of theologians from another denomination when I was back in school, and it wasn't a debate, it wasn't an argument, it was just a conversation. It was an appropriate debate, right? We're talking about different tenses and concepts on the theory. So, if you look at what he did when Elohim made the heavens and the earth, Psalms, David tells you the glory of the Lord, the heavens declare his handiwork. His glory is already in the earth. We were disconnected from that provision. That glory is just a place of Elohim's provision. So when he in fact cursed the earth for man's sake, he disconnected man from tapping into that provision space without having to work for it. Now, when Yeshua comes along, he resets that. So when he tells man in this instance, replenish in Genesis 9 and replenish in Genesis 1 are different. And the difference is already seen in the myriad of definitions replenish does have to its avail. So let's look at it in a very good and clear way from the writ. So in Genesis chapter number 1, Genesis 9, I'll go here. Genesis 9, let me put the Bible back up on the screen for y'all. In Genesis 9, verse number 1, when he talks about the blessed, right? He says in Genesis 9:1, Noah, he said, Elohim blessed Noah and his sons and said unto him, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Okay. Now, replenish is the word melah, right? Mole. Now let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, give him dominion over this and in our likeness. Verse 28 is where we're going to go for the same prayer. Elohim said, watch this. Elohim, he blessed mankind. Elohim said unto mankind, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Now, what is the significant difference? What is the significant difference in Pastor, would you volley with me on this, Pastor?
Let's go.
Cool, good. What is the significant difference between Genesis 9 and Genesis 1?
Genesis 1 is before Adam sinned.
Okay.
So he had been given instructions by Elohim,
Mhm.
and this was before the fall. Genesis 9 is after the fall, after the flood, and now the earth has been renewed, as it were. And he's giving that same commandment to Noah.
Okay. Does anybody else want to join in with us on this, on what is significantly different between Genesis 1 and Genesis 9 under that verse? Replenish. What's significantly different? What stands out as significantly different? And Pastor Spencer brought up a key point. That was prior to the Genesis 1 is before the fall. Genesis 9 is after the fall, right? Anybody else? Come on, it's okay. No, there's no dumb question. There's no dumb suggestion. We just want to make sure we're reading this in proper context at all times. I need somebody. I know somebody got something. All right, Daphne, go.
The only thing I see is just one says in the beginning, one was starting, and the other one, things were underway or they were being done or had been done.
All right.
That's what I see.
All right. Well, you got to say that. Say that again. Don't make up stuff. Just say what you just said. Say it one more time. Go ahead.
Also, I'm going up against two big people. I just see one is in the beginning, and then the other one was under the construction or whatever it was undergoing.
Okay. One is at the beginning, and one is something that is now have been established and under that edict to continue. Okay. Very good. You don't even know what you said, but you're going to find out later. I know you don't know what you said because you would have said it differently. You don't know what you said, but I'm glad you said something. All right. Who else? Anybody else? One more time. Anybody else? What is significantly different between Genesis 1:28 and Genesis 9:1? See Marie, go.
128, everything was brought forth. In 9:1, he's already had them established, and he's telling them, now that you're here, I need you all to multiply because you're the only one existing. No one existed in chapter 1, but in chapter 9, they do exist already. He's asking them to now multiply because they're the only
I can't understand all you're talking. You're talking to your children. Talk to us. We're on the whole world. We have to hear you slow. You too fast. Say it again.
In chapter 1, everything was brought forth. Nothing was, no one or no entity existed.
Correct.
In chapter 9,
so what Daphne is saying and what Pastor Spencer is saying is this is in the beginning. Go.
Right. In chapter 9, all of the animals in creation was already established. There was two or four
animals. You're right. You're good. Keep going. The animals already created.
Already. He wanted them to now multiply so they can replenish, they can refill to the numbers that they were prior to the flood and beyond.
You was doing good until you added that part. So you're on the right track, though. You just did the little Christian thing that we don't like, the Christian thing. So very good answers, guys. Both of you, all three of you. Actually, when Pastor, you're volleying with me, Pastor, you and I are going to start volleying again, okay? Now, what is significantly different in Genesis 1:28 and Genesis 9:1 is that the human is still one. It's the only human. So replenish here, this is where Pastor Spencer and I admonish all of you to do, and the definitions of a word. So in Genesis 1, the definition for replenish applies to, let me pull it up so you can see it. Genesis 1, the definition, 126, come on, Jones. 128, the definition for replenish falls under the Hebrew word H390, which is the word malay, which means to accomplish, to be full, to be in a wide application, to accomplish, to confirm, to consecrate, to be in, to expire, to fence in, to fill, to fulfill, to become, to draw, to give, to flow, to fullness, to furnish, to gather, to presume, to replenish, to satisfy, to set, to make space, to take a handful of, to make and have in whole, right? So it's there, but inside of it for verse number 28, there is nothing human to replenish in the sense of redo. It is only to replenish what the earth has. Make sure it's full. Now, to what Pastor Spencer is saying, which is duly applicable, is the fact that, you know, this is what Elohim wants full. When you have dominion, your job is to keep this place stocked up like I got it. You're in charge of that, manager, which is why you're probably called manager, right? No coincidence. So here's the catch to this piece. So in the time of Genesis 1, there's only one human. Anything being replenished, anything being restocked after it expires is replenished. Malay, under replenish, refill, make full, keep full. When it expires, put it back in. When you use it again. The glory of Elohim is already in the earth. It's already here. Man was not made to demonstrate his glory. Man was made to live in his glory. That is huge. Watch now in Genesis chapter 9. Genesis 9, when you see Genesis chapter 9, I'll put the Bible on the screen for you guys. Watch it closely. In Genesis chapter 9, verse number 1, and Elohim blessed Noah, the sons and his sons, and said, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Well, now in Noah's day, humanity has been in full array, as Daphne was saying, but didn't know what she was saying, but knew what she was saying, because she was just saying what she was saying when she said what she had said. Daphne, say, I said what I said. Go ahead. It's your birthday.
I said what I said, Apostle. Thank you, sir.
So I want y'all to catch this. Now, what's the difference between 9 and 1? What's the difference between chapter 9 and chapter 1? Humans are now a part of the replenish. Keep replenishing the earth. Replenish the earth. Does it respond to keep it full? Yes. Not so much, though it can be spiritually applied in a duality of concept, but not in the vein. The glory of Elohim was already put in the earth. Man was already in his glory. Man is in his glory. Our problem is we're not accessing the grace from within it to actually utilize in our time of need. The only way, like Brother James's question was with the ark issue, is that when we obey the word, we're in that access of grace, kept from the turmoil and the tumultuous seas that are tossing and turning. We are in his strong tower. The righteous can run into that ark. The righteous can run into Yeshua and the word of Elohim and be safe and obtain grace in time of need. So the glory of Elohim is already in the earth. It is what upholds the earth. So man is not to necessarily extend the glory of Elohim as much as it is to access it. And that is already done. When man had his feet disconnected from the earth, that's a part of disconnecting him from that glory he can easily access, unless he has now taken time to consider how to redo the garden I gave you. And now you see what went into this and you appreciate it more. So now you will live in my glory by the sweat of your brow, by the work of your hands, while you crawl on your knees. When I made you, I had you walking upright, and all you had to do was till the ground the way I needed it. Now you're going to work and receive of this place by the work and the sweat of your brow. Big difference. Glory is still here. Glory has not been removed. The glory is not something we got to demand God bring to us, as people say with these glory clouds. The glory of Elohim is already here. That's what David was trying to help us to understand. The heavens declare, the firmaments declare his handiwork and his glory. All of that is already here. We get access to it when we step out of unrighteousness and into his righteousness, not for a job of constantly demonstrating his glory as the primary job. Our job is to till the ground, and we use his glory to do that. So our job isn't to demonstrate his glory to make sure the earth is filled with his glory. The earth is already filled with his glory. The objective is us to fill up in his glory. That's the only way we can do our job to his glory. Pastor Spencer?
Shabbat Shalom again. Thank you for expounding. And in my mind, I think we're saying the same thing, but a little differently. And I know that the glory of the Father is already in the earth.
I know you know that, yeah.
And how you use the word extend, and I want to say manifest, how we continually manifest and allow his glory, that light, to so shine in us, is how well we comply with his commandments.
Correct.
And you defined in Genesis 1:28 that during that time, there was one pulchritude. They had not been separated yet. And so when Elohim told, or he blessed Adam and said, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth, by extension, manifest his presence, his authority, his dominion in the earth. Am I thinking incorrectly?
You're not thinking incorrectly, but the familiarity we have with that word manifest always makes my antenna perk, because we got to be careful of the define that has become the norm of manifesting. People think that you can just talk things and manifest it, when we're really talking about what Messiah did was the epitome of manifesting. He didn't talk it, he obeyed it.
He obeyed it, he lived it, and that was what Yahweh told Adam. Fill the earth, live out the instruction, the commandment, live it out, replenish, fill it up with my word, with my commandment, the same thing that he spoke to Noah. But for you and I today, people always say, give God the glory, give God. Well, how do we do that? We do that by how we comply, how we guard and keep his commandments, which further glorifies the Father in us through the earth. Am I thinking incorrectly?
No, you're not thinking incorrectly, but you got to slow down, because you jumped 4 different veins and all of them were good, and they're going to miss. But this last piece you're on right now, I'm loving it. The way that we get, I used to hate that phrase when I finally got revealed. You can't give God the glory except you have in fact done his instructions in the earth that yields a fruit, and now you bring him back the fruit of your obedience and say, it's only because of you I have this. That's how you give Elohim the glory, just like you're saying. But we were thinking giving him glory was just us giving him praise. You know what I mean? That's not giving him glory. Lift your hands and give him glory. You can't give him glory if you haven't harvested from compliance. You with me, Pastor?
Amen. No, I agree totally. And so it goes back to, I guess, my thinking in Genesis. How was Adam and then Noah and his family to feel, to manifest, and to exude the presence of Elohim in the earth, except by complying his word? Because the reason that he destroyed the earth was because Adam didn't comply. Adam sinned. He ate the fruit. He disobeyed.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that sense, he did not guard the commandment or keep the commandment. Therefore, for lack of a better word, he was not glorifying God and keeping what he commanded him to.
Yes, he was. Remember this charge, and I want y'all to hear what she's talking about. This is so important for you who are believers. If you get this, you change your whole design of worship. She's got this. I want y'all to get it. When Elohim cursed the ground that cut man off from how he would access the glory he was already in. Let me jump to Noah. When we think about the flood and the rain, do we think that not the glory of God? Because we hear the story so turbulent, so strong and so violent, and the tempest and the waters rising 7 feet above Mount Everest, as we understand it, and the rain is pouring in, and it's dark and cloud, and the ship is tossed to and fro. How do we see the storm in Noah's day? Pastor, you can volley with me on this for the benefit of all them. And I love the fact that this conversation is up. Thank you for bringing it up. How do you think we view that? Matter of fact, Pastor, how do you view?
Before coming into the understanding that I now have, I viewed it as a negative. I viewed it, as something evil and wicked. But even if we think about evil that may, quote, come from Elohim, it is always for our good, to bring us back to him. But if we don't transform our thinking and our mindset and understand his heart, because he said, in another passage, as a loving father chastises. Well, we look at chastisement as something
negative,
evil, wicked, and bad, but he looks at it as something good for us, because it will bring us back to his purposes and plans for our life. So with the flood, we looked at it before we came into a better understanding as something that was negative, and looked at God as someone who was mean and cruel and all of that. That's my thinking.
So how would someone look at Clorox bleach?
Well, it's not bad, but I can tell you, I wasted some on my blue shirt, and I know the destruction that it did. But Clorox is not bad.
Right. But now I'm about to touch something on that one. How do you see Clorox bleach? Instantly you say, well, I know it can be a tool, but I see the destruction Clorox bleach can have on something. Understand, the word of Elohim is both glory and destruction.
That's good.
Because Clorox can be, in fact, a savior to a dirty, wrongly dyed environment. It can be used to get things back to purification state. But we don't see that as glory. We might see it as a detergent, but we don't see detergent as a glory. So let me ask you a question. How do we see the blood of Yeshua HaMashiach? See what I mean? That just hit y'all. I know it did. The blood is his glory, but it's a detergent. So now that detergent has to come in hard and strong. Let me share another thing with you. How do you see Yeshua telling the world, I did not come to bring the shalom, I came to bring a sword? How do you see the sword in Yeshua's hand?
Balance.
This is his glory. He's got to come in. And as Pastor Spencer just mentioned, how do you see the father's discipline, proper discipline of its child who's gone away. That's the Father's glory. It's there. I need you to obey the rules and the chores I gave you to do. And when you don't, I have to correct you with the rules I gave you. With those rules came blessings for obedience and a curse for the disobedience. I can't negate the curse now because you didn't obey and you didn't get the blessings from obedience. When you disobey, I cannot disconnect the curse unless I show mercy. But my glory is in both the balance of the curse and the blessing based on my instruction. That is my glory, the negative side and the positive side. And what I can do is extend mercy. The glory of Elohim is seen in the cleansing of the flood. The glory of Elohim was in the earth the entire time Adam was on it. He just disconnected his access to it. And to see that you can touch into it, I need to see how you work. That's a father disciplining his son, still giving him access to what already exists. When your father, if this father in full scenario has now said, son, I got a trust fund for you. Here is what you must do. Do your chores, do this, do that, do the other. That trust fund is his glory. That trust fund is what pays for the mortgage. That trust fund is what pays for the car. That trust fund is what's paying for his education. That trust fund is what's putting food on the table, because the father is the trust fund. No matter how he's got it partitioned off, the glory of the father is that trust fund, and that trust of his son or his daughter is in his father. Now, when the father tells him, you disobeyed me, here is the actual reward for non-compliance. That's going to be distributed to you. He's still within his glory. The glory is yet there. My son is not supposed to bring and create the glory. He's supposed to operate in what I've prepared for him so that he will always have that to do the job. The glory isn't the job. The job is why I made you. The glory provides the ability to do the job. So when we come to the Father and say, hey, I'm bringing you glory, that means you obey what I told you to do. You reap the harvest that it brought forth, and now you're bringing it back to me, saying in one instance, thank you, and I get how you did this, but the glory belongs to you because I'm yours. The glory is already here. The Father disciplining the Son, the glory hasn't left. Oh, he being spanked. He's being disciplined. Oh, that's bad. No, that's good. That's the glory of Elohim. Because if he doesn't, the Son carrying out complete non-compliance consistently in perpetuity, that's not glory. The glory of Elohim is always there. If you don't operate in it, I got to cut you off from it. And then you got to come back in the right way. And I need to see you can appreciate the glory. The glory of Elohim is in the earth. There is nothing you and I need that is outside of this earthen realm. Our job is to do the job he sent us to do so we can have access to that glory to do our job. Glory and grace are in the same place. Sabbath is a distribution center for the glory of Elohim, which gives you grace in your time of trouble and in your time of need. Those elements of grace now come out of the attributes of Yahweh's name, but you learned his names because you were in Sabbath. You're not speaking your own words. You're speaking his. You're learning him, and all you're getting understanding. When Adam was made, he got a garden. He sat with the Father. He got understanding. The glory is always here. And the element of the manifest of his glory is where we got to be careful. Now, Pastor Spencer is using it in the right way, but I know that there are ideologies and doctrines out there that will take manifesting to mean just name it and claim it. No, you don't just name it and claim it. That's an entitled child who throws temper tantrums. To manifest in Elohim means to comply with his instructions, and glory will overtake you. It's already in, you're already in it. When you obey, every time you obey, it just causes blessing to overtake you and pop up along your path of its righteousness. You're already in his glory. The universe is already in his glory. His handiwork, his craftsmanship, that's his glory. It's already here. How we make it full, and what Pastor Spencer also made a beautiful point of earlier, was the fact that when we obey Elohim, the light of his glory shines within us. And others who are not obeying his word, because they're trying any way they can to get what they think they need, and how they're trying any way they can to get what they know they need through their own thinking. So Elohim is saying that now post Adam, post Noah, and technically just giving us an understanding that when you comply with the writ, it keeps your light lit, and you'll be a light for others. That's not your job. That's not why I created you. That's just a byproduct. I created you to till the ground. And because of Adam, all of y'all are going to have a hard time understanding your daggone job when you come into the earth. And until you get back to Torah, until you get back to me in Shabbat, I can't help you till the ground that pleases me. No matter how things have changed, no matter how technology has shifted it, my word does not change. Get into my word, till the ground, let the word show you how to bring forth fruit worthy of righteousness, and unto righteousness you will know them by the fruit that they bear. His glory is in the earth. When we obey his word, we comply with his word, that will be the fruit we render. If we don't, then our fruit will be obvious. And what we bear will be obvious that it's not the word. The glory is here. The glory even allows for that non-compliance to have a place. Pastor Spencer, I love this right here. Remember when Elohim says, the wage of sin is death. The gift of Elohim is eternal life through your knowledge, and it implies your doing like Messiah did in keeping of the word. So let me repeat it again for you. I think I took that out of the context and eisegetically stated that. The wage of death, the work of death, the harvest of seeds, the work and the harvest of sin is death. But the gift of Elohim is eternal life through Yeshua HaMashiach. Well, what did Yeshua HaMashiach do? I came to show you how to live the word. Yeshua pleases the Father. The only way to please the Father is by his word. It is impossible to please the Father without faith. So when people tell you, oh, we're saved by grace and not by works, unfortunately, you don't understand his word, because you related works to doing what your church said do, and washing their windows and sweeping their parking lot out and cleaning their restrooms out. Yeah, that work. No. Your work is not to go on the streets and grab a bullhorn and put up a tent and say, for the purpose of evangelizing, here is Jesus, come and get him. That statement is said profoundly by just you walking the streets and doing the word. They will see your good works, and that will glorify our Father which is in heaven. Because if they see your good works, you're a seed of good works, and the fruit you'll bring back to the Father is that person inquiring about you as to how you're doing what you do, and that will turn them to the Father. Now you're bringing him glory. And it was done by you honoring his word and someone being curious and asking you a question, and now that turns them to the Father. Now you've brought him glory. Why y'all not talking to me? Nobody? Okay.
Give him glory. Take him.
Thank you.
So Pastor Spencer, great question. Great question. Great point. So again, remembering too, the thing there is that remember, and this is the point that I want mostly done. And this is why I love Apostle Walker, Pastor Spencer, and Minister Jackie, because when you start actually applying what you've now learned, you see the myriad of definitions under one word in your Bible. And you have to know when to use the specific definition based on the era of time, based on the dynamics you see. So that one word has multiple definitions in the Hebrew. It may have less definitions in the English or in the Greek or in the Latin, but when you use the word that's supposed to be being subscribed to, you have to know all of its definitions. And when you know all of its definitions, you now have to determine, well, who is this word being spoken to? And in what time is this word being spoken? What are the dynamics of that time being spoken? And clearly in this day, they are humans, and the humans were exterminated. And now there's 8 humans in Noah's story. There was 1 human in Genesis 1. So replenish means something different. And those differences are already under the definitions ascribed to it. That's the kind of study that makes my hair grow and my chills on my arms when I hear other pastors digging into the word like that, because they're digging into a word, its definitions, so they can have his words properly defined.
Apostle, thank you so much for teasing out that word glory and what it means, and helping us to put it in its proper context, and even the word replenish, because I did gain so much from what we talked about and how we volley. I have to say, though, when we look at that word replenish in the Hebrew, I still don't see where it says to replace or refill. I don't see that, and maybe that's just something I have to dig deeper in. But I've taken up so much of the airtime. I'm gonna.
Oh no, child! You listen. If anybody take up airtime, it will be the likes of you. And you ain't taking up airtime, and I'm certain if y'all would let her not take a bow out of here and tell her how y'all really feel about bringing up questions that allow us to tease these things up and out and put fullness to them, y'all should come off mic and let her know, or throw some kind of emojis up there and let her know how much y'all appreciate.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
That's some questions.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Awesome.
I promise you are not taking up and wasting no time, space. And the point to this is, thank y'all, Facebook. I see y'all typing in there. It's about good. So here's the catch too. Even with that one replenish, let me work with that with you on that too. Let us work together with that, because you and I are not at odds in any way, shape, or form. Trust me. All right. And without you, iron sharpens iron. And that's what all of Shabbat is about. Learning his word, understanding his word, lifting up layers, opening up different caveats, seeing different pathways and different perspectives that are in accuracy to his writ. So let's just get into this. Which one of the replenishes, when we talk about replenish, the word replenish in general, 4390, the defines for it: to fill, to be full. literally, figuratively, to accomplish, to confirm, to consecrate, to be in, all right, to be at an end, to expire, to fence, to fill in, to fulfill, to be, become, draw, give in, go, fully set tail rather, overflow, fullness, furnish, gather, presume, replenish. So the phrase Hebraically for replenish has replenish in it. That is the restocking. Satisfy, set, space, take, have wholly. So when we put these into context now, so one of the greater ways we can do this too is go into, let me see what we can do here. Let's do this. Okay, watch what we do here. So the English word for replenish, according to Oxford, is the word to fill something up again. The English word for replenish means to restore a stock or supply to a former level of condition. Now, that's the English word for restore, right? Now, replenish, which is used in helping us understand the Hebraic possibilities for the word replenish. So to see the word replenish as the word we're defining, H4390, the word male, to see that word replenish in the definition for male in the English, and the English wording for that is to restock, to refill. That is where the restore, refresh for replenish can come from, which, it is what it is. So by the time we get to Genesis 9, it does not literally do away with the potential of replenish in the Hebrew for, making things full. But we know now Elohim purposefully in Genesis, let me say it this way, and you can volley with me, Pastor. Genesis does it this way. We know in Genesis, we're coming off of what we firmly believe is the ice age. The earth is void. There is water completely submerging the third rock from the sun. That sounds like the ice age is being thawed out, right? And then he starts human history. He gives man a job. He gives man a place and says, replenish whatever comes out of there that expires and that dies, right? It's still a restocking. It's a replenish, a refilling of. And then you have the fill this up. You can use that for the human. Fill the earth up with you, right? And we could use, without doing any major disparity, to the fact that fill it up with my glory. But the earth is already filled with his glory, right? So neither here nor there. But when we get to Genesis 9, Bereshit 9, Noah clearly has a deficiency of what once existed. And those things that need to restock the earth are already in his script, his boat, his ark. That's the seed he will be replanting in the earth. When Adam came, everything was already set. When Noah's coming, he's got to go replant everything. And that's why he has those items in the ark. Noah, different from Adam. Now, Adam is given a charge. Everything you have right here, when it expires, Your job is to make sure something's replacing it. So you till the ground. Tilling the ground means horticulturally, you're caring for it, making sure that it's going to have longevity, that it is in perpetuity. And that's a part of the husbandry, the shepherding, the horticulturalist, the agriculturalist, all of that, which is, basically the job. And the glory of Elohim is what's holding all of this up. But when Adam is walking on the earth, accessing the glory, he's able to do this job. Once he opens his mouth, eats, disobeys, non-compliant to the instructions, now Elohim is cutting off that access to glory, but he's still in glory. But to get what glory would produce for you, you got to do it with your own hands. And I need to see you doing this labor by yourself, for the purposes of your survival. Now you can produce fruit, but that glory will not come easily to you unless you recognize the labor and the toil that your body will put forward in this. And it's just such a beautiful thing to sit and just go through this layer by layer, getting people to understand we just can't talk stuff. Though we live in a voice activated kingdom, we also have to walk what we talk. And until we've walked it, we really can't talk it. So we have to begin to walk the instructions. Once we walk the instructions, it will produce the fruit. And then we can talk and brag and praise the fruit, about the fruit, talk about the fruit, because we now know how to walk about getting that fruit. And then we bring that fruit back to the Father. He increases us. He then purges us. He then gives us more fruit because we brought him back the first fruits. Y'all gonna make me start preaching. I'm not gonna preach. I'm not gonna preach. Pastor Spencer, wow. I'm not gonna preach, Pastor Spencer. You're not gonna get me in trouble. You're not gonna have me up here just talking and stuff and what and stuff and what and stuff and whatnots and stuffs and what's nots. I'm gonna drink my water now. Okay. So Pastor Spencer, was that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Love you to life eternal. Thank you so much for a very engaging and adding of dynamic value to the conversation. Mods, who's the next in queue? I heard Rogers, but I don't know if someone else was before that.
I believe it was Rogers, sir.
Rogers?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, Rogers. It was on Facebook, y'all, and that's why it was. Stacy, you still there? Stacy, let me know you're still there on Facebook. Stacy Davis. She had a question up there. And Stacy, if you're still here, let me know. Okay. Until I get a response from Stacy, Elder Rogers, go with your question.
Yahweh be praised for this portion of Sabbath study concerning the usage of different words and the definitions. I was in a conversation with a person, and I was explaining to them how to use the concordance. And notice I didn't say concordance. Okay, I'm learning.
Thank you.
Concordance. And there are so many different words in the particular definition. And the question, well, how am I to know which one to use? And I gave them an answer. I gave them an answer that would suffice at the time. But to give a precise, a more accurate answer, do you have any suggestions or any, I don't want to use the word hacks, but how can someone...
Yeah, I got the hack for you.
How can someone know which word to use amongst all of those words under a particular definition? Okay,
so you have to understand the era of time, and if you don't know the idioms and the if you don't understand the culture, and the only true hack is for you to become a student of church history. And I don't mean your Catholic church history. I mean the gathering under the Torah church, not the temple, but the gathering under the Torah, that church, right?
Now, this is before a young convert, someone just brand new.
I don't care who it's for. It don't change. And this is where those of us who are mature in the faith, this is where our role kicks in. We have to guide them through the writ. We have to guide them to those places that are there and help them understand the culture until it once you've done that rightly, it should become appealing to them, and then they'll do it outside of your presence. That's why, Pastor Spencer, can I use you an example without getting in trouble?
Yes, sir.
Pastor Spencer, you almost cried when she sat here, because I remember when I first met Pastor Spencer, and she's already well versed in the writ. And one day we were talking, and because we do KYC too, and she found her calling, though she was a pastor already, she didn't realize, I'm doing this, and truly I'm over here. So we did this. But what came out of it was that she was talking about how in KYC she learned, one, how to slow down reading. And then what she did today, as many of you have done, but this is what's on the table. The greatest joy any teacher can have is when you utilize the tools that are the common tool for the craft you say you're studying. And as a teacher, professor, sensei, apostle, rabbi, the joy to my soul is knowing the definitions is what started the conversation, which means she's not just talking off the top of her head to say something like a lot of people like to do when you talk in and it don't rub right with what you knew. She's like, here are the definitions. Here is what, and I remember one day she told me, she says, I now get a joy out of going through the concordance and finding the definitions and using them, and your use of them is completely different. Am I lying, Pastor Spencer? Am I
No, that is a delight to me.
And so for me as a teacher, and for her to say, since I've been studying with you, this has become my normalcy. And the wealth that came out of one question, from the fact that this is not a hack for those who are advanced in the faith. This is a must for the babe in the faith. And it does not change. You don't put that tool down when you become geriatric in the faith.
Are you calling me geriatric?
I'm talking about me. I did not say you. I'm talking about this person she talking to. I did not. That was not what I said. You are not going to put that in my mouth. I know it's not what I said. Was that what I said?
I was saying that's what you was trying to say.
Come on, Elder Rogers.
I wasn't. Pastor Spencer, I have forgot to disconnect you from the conversation. I wanted to use you for that example to tell them how joyful it is for a professor. Now, as that's been established, the question I hope would link it back in was when Elder Rogers says, is this for somebody who's new in the faith? And I'm like, yes, there is no... The tools are the same for everybody who wants to be in the faith. Our job, as those who are in it maybe a little bit longer, are to make sure we reinforce that technique. And that technique is, you got to define that. And if you went, so the define of that is learning the church's established purpose and history. How do we start a church? Why do we have Bible and first church concepts? Not your Roman Catholic Church that you call Christianity today, your different denominations. Not that. The church that gathered, the gathering, not your so-called ecclesia. I'm talking about the gathering of them who came together because Yahweh says, come to the tabernacle to read my word. Not come to the tabernacle or come to the church or come to the store on the block or the strip mall church or the church we built with the Morton building and we saying the church alive is worth the drive. Not that church. I'm talking about the people who gathered to read the word of Elohim and live it out, to know that history. That's how you understand the nuances. That's how you understand the literal instruction of the author from the author. When you start learning the nuances of the times each story took place, you start to find easier the eras of time. And the fact that parts of your Bible are in biblical Hebrew, other parts are in modern Hebrew, and certain parts are in ancient Hebrew. And there's a difference in those languages because of oppressions, because of them being suppressed, them being disobedient. So you have different eras of time that your language progresses through, and different idioms, different phrases, different coin phrases flip into that. And you got to be able to know that. So when you're reading this, understanding it, and then putting, like, I think that was a great exercise today with Genesis 9 and Genesis 1 of how replenish can be affected. There are some dynamic, there are some shifts, there's some changes in there that you can't just, just assume replenish means the same thing. They're different circumstances. What are the definitions associated to this word in this space? And because it's in the same book, we know that the definitions now by the scholars, the definitions rendered by English, Latin, and what have you, are there to tell us replenish can mean any one of these. Now, if you know church history, if you know the reasoning, you understand the dynamics of that time, you understand the culture of that time, you can now begin to blend, okay, it has to mean this for that era, though it doesn't mean it's not and can't mean that, but it's not relegated to just that because these dynamics have been added. Well, that's subjective. No, it's not. That's eisegetical. No, it's not. That is defined. What is the definition that this word can fall under based on whatever? So if you go look replenish up in the Brit Hadessa, you're going to see a different set because that's the Grecian side. When you in fact look up replenish now in the not the Torah but in the Tanakh, which would mean like the books of the prophets or the Psalms or the history books, you will see that replenish will probably mean something different. Just because it's in the Hebrew, you can find that they'll use it in a way that this don't work for replenish here. It don't make sense to mean just that. So does it mean full? Does it mean fill? Okay. Because you know the era, you know the dispensation of time. Dispensations play a huge effect on how you get interpretation of the writ.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So what we do wrong is we try to help young people by telling them, never tell a young person, show them. That's why I enjoy studying with people. I can tell you. Anybody want to finish it?
I can show you better than I can tell you.
Thank you. That's the one I'm looking for. And I did say it backwards, but y'all get the point. I can show you better than I can tell you. And I can tell you, but to show you is going to be better because now I'm not just talking, which again supports what we just talked about a minute ago. You got to work the process before you can talk about the fruit, because until you get the fruit from the process, you have nothing to talk about. Do the work first, let the fruit produce, and then talk about the fruit. And if anybody wants to know how you got it, come on, let me show you. So if I fish for you, you're going to always be hungry. Can somebody finish that one?
But if I teach you to fish, you have food for life.
And if I'm dead, you're going to be able to feed and eat. And many of us are wrong for that, even with our family and our children. We're answering all of our children's problems rather than having them suffer through some of the disappointments and the poor choices that they made so that they can understand, I'm here for you, but you dug that hole. Now you got to fill that hole yourself. Well, mom, can't you help me? Yeah, mom goes rents a bulldozer and dad goes rents a bulldozer and fills the hole back in. Okay, start over. No. They dug that daggone hole. Let them push that dirt back down in there themselves.
Daphne.
So when you've been able to do that, now that child is like, that person, that newbie, now is like, oh, okay. And yeah, I bet. You now can appreciate how to get it and do it right. How many of y'all moms bought them backhoes for your children when they dug them holes and y'all wouldn't feel it in yourself? I'm a father. I know I did, until I had to actually say, wait a minute, you dug this hole. You got to figure this out. Now I'm gonna be here with you. I'll actually grab a shovel, but I'm not going to buy a backhoe. Nobody? So I'm the weird one.
Yes, sir. Amen, sir. No, you're not.
Because none of y'all was going to admit I bought a backhoe for my daughter. I bought a backhoe for my son. I told them not to do it. They did it anyway. The hole was big too. And I ain't feel like helping them shovel. So I went ahead and bought a backhoe and one of the big bulldozers and pushed the dirt back in there for them and then patted it down for them while they sat over there drinking lemonade and Kool-Aid while I rented the vehicle. I bought the vehicle. I drove the vehicle, and I was the one doing all the work while they were sitting over there talking about, Mom, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. And they are not getting the message. I promise you.
I'm guilty.
Me too. Me too. Me too. They are not getting the message. Now, what happens when you and I pass away?
They'll find somebody else to do it for them.
Who gonna pay for them a bulldozer and a backhoe unless they scheming, scamming? And what's going to be the result of that child in the fullness of their life?
They're going to go without. That's the question. More trouble.
They're going to go without. They're going to get in trouble for scamming, scheming. They're going to be incarcerated, all because we did not take the time while they were young to show them the right way of doing it. There is no shortcut. So, babe and Messiah, just learning about the faith, they like, oh, this is too hard. It may be too hard, but this is the only way.
That's right.
There is no hack. Here it is.
If they want to learn, if they're on fire to know and learn of Elohim, then they'll do it.
I love that, but I'm gonna have to enhance that. It's not whether they're on fire or not, because you got to start a fire. So if they come and ask a question, or they want to know a little bit about something, okay, cool. You got to take them you got to take them to the long route to get it. The problem is we don't take the time as parents, as coaches in this world of coaches, this world of coaches and this world of spiritual fathers and this world of people don't take the time to get grimy with them. I had somebody that I was mentoring, and can I share this testimony with y'all? It's going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit. It's going to hit y'all different. It's going to make you feel abrasive. But there are times when I'm dealing with thugs, and the thug comes to me, and they know I don't prefer cursing. So they'll come to me and start talking, and they're like, yo, man, help me. All right, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Here's the information you need. All right, they'll go do it to come back. They might have done 2 of the 5 things, and they're like, well, I did 2. No, bro, you got to do all 5. You got to do them that way in order to get out. I've already been where you are. I'm a living witness. You're here because you know I'm my witness. So you got to do this to get out. I don't think I'm going to do all that, bro. You got to do all that. Otherwise, something's going to be left open and you're going to be available to come back and be recharged or remessed with in this area. Do this. It seals everything off, and you'll be without reproach. So I give people 5 instructions. They come back after they did 2. And I'm like, did you do all 5 things? No. But I did do the other 2 because they were time sensitive. I said, bro, don't come back to me until you've done all of the instructions. Sis, don't come back to me until you've done all the instructions. Minister, don't come back to me until you've done all the instructions. And then they go, well, blabbity, censor. I don't feel like it. And it ain't, I ain't got to do all that. And the other people wouldn't have did that to me and made me do this. And you making me feel also insecure. I'm like, no, I gave you the facts. That's the only way out. I gave it to you in love. That's not trying to be deep or that's just what it is. Well, blankety, censor. You ain't like that. I got to teach them the way they can learn. Can y'all say this? Say, if they're not learning the way you teaching, teach them the way they can learn. Come on, say it with me. If they're not learning the way you teach them, you teach them. So when I gave you those 5 instructions and you didn't learn from those 5 instructions, and then you came back to me knowing I don't want you cussing at me and we're talking about it, and then you don't do it, and I tell you, you got to do it. You don't like getting checked, and then you start cussing at me. And then I'm kind and say, well, you got to do it this way. Again, I'm not trying to be, here is what you got to do. Go do them. And blankety, I don't feel like I got to go blankety, do it. Then my response is going to be, then blankety, get out my face. Because you ain't learning the way that I'm teaching it to you. Blankety, blank the blank that today.
Apostle.
I got to teach them the way they can learn, because right now, that's the only language they're learning. The new language we possess and you say you want, you're not really trying to fully get. So I got to teach you the way you know how to communicate. Guess what? They always go and get the 5 things done after that. Blankety blank. Who'd have thought? Oh, y'all wasn't ready for that? Because that's me getting down in their place to let them know, been here, done this, understand the frustration and know how it can make you feel. But here is how you have to build above that. You got to come out of that vein. I can go there with you just to make sure I carry you to the finish line. But don't keep coming at me like this. And since this is the only way you can learn, this is the only language you get, because you told me you want to learn this language, but we're not translating. So let me talk to you the way you understand. You'll be surprised the nuances and the aura in verbiage and language. So some Christians will say, oh, that's cursing. You don't know. There's a difference in cussing and cursing. And I'm not telling y'all advocating cussing. I'm telling you there are unique situations where you have to be what is necessary for that person to learn. And because of the stigma and the type that is supposed to go along with the men of the cloth and the women of the cloth, oh, I can't believe you said that. You said it in my face with no respect for who I am. So that same energy you giving me, here's the energy back. Now it appears you need that energy to motivate you. Guess what I did? I took one for the team. There you have it. Now go do what you're supposed to do and come back. Every time they come back, now they say, man, I'm sorry for getting you to that point. No problem. I have no problem going to that point. I came from that world. I know what it means. And I know I even did that in love to you. So now where are we at now? Well, they let me free. I'm out. I got this done. I was able to get it taken care of and everything is good. All right, cool. Now here's how we go forward. Here's the Torah. Let's read. What's your next issue? What's your next study point? Man, he was cool until he started talking like that. Yeah. Because what you've done in Christendom and what you've allowed yourself to do within the construct of this religious order is try to paint yourself as some pristine little lamb, Mary's little baby lamb. That's not you. And when they come to you for information and they don't understand the language you're talking, the only thing you can do is give them the language they're talking. You used to talk it. Now you use it for the good of you. Now, if you're just walking around town just cussing, that's a different ballgame. But in this specific situation, in this isolated scenario where it's only me and you talking and you can't seem to understand my normal element of English or the preferred element of English, you're going to talk your brand of it. I can talk your brand back to you. Now I got through to you. Because you brought it. So I'm going to give it back to you in the way you can learn. Okay, viewership dropped by 12 people. Debbie Armstrong says, what does the Lord think about that communication? I don't understand conforming to the world's way. It's not the world's way. You don't have a world way when it comes to communication, because every language is of the world. Are we advocating using what we determine as profanity? No. But if that's that person's language, you need to learn that language, because that's the only way they're going to communicate and learn, until you can show them there is an alternative to the language you're using, and the arena that you want to go into doesn't talk that language. So if you would have done this to someone else, they just cut you off. But I know your struggle because I used to be in that language. I used to be in that world. So here is how we communicate, so you understand I'm still here for you. Now that you've gotten it done, let me show you the better way. So if you don't see me, the next person who has what I have to help you, you don't have to have them cut you off. You'll know that you can't go and approach people like that. You can't talk to them that way. You want to be in their world, you have to learn their world. So there has to be something that starts that fire, gets that ignition going. Once you've done that, now what you feed that fuel is what makes that fuel stay fired. But if that's what it took to get it started, then we're going to do that. But we know what fuel to give you. That's when you transfer. That's when you make the difference in fuel. And you let them know that this is not the preferred way, nor is it's not the preferred way. But y'all stop being real deep Christians, thinking that because you talk A, B, C, and D, and they talk yo, me, and this, that they're not talking the language that they endure, that they endear, and they can move from, and they get stuff done in. We got to be careful, because that could switch into judgment. So if I'm going to come down to you, then I'm going to come down to you, and I'm going to explain to you every step along the process what is preferred in the arena you say you want to go and be in. So the arena you say you want to be a part of, they speak A, B, C, D, E. In the arena you're coming from, I told you, go do A, B, C, and D. You got there and only did A and B, came back to me and still got C, D, and E to do. Don't do that. You got to go finish the whole thing. Well, now your language kicks in. Now your communication style kicks in, and you explain to me, more importantly, you reveal to me, you don't understand that world. So now I got to bridge you over there, which means I got to come and get you. Once I come and get you, now I can take you over and say, this is what you want to use instead of that. This is what you want to say instead of this. But until I go get you and pull you out, I'm judging you, and I'm feeding you with a 10-foot pole. Once I get down in the grind with you, which I can do, I have done, had done before I got here, and so have all of you. You got to get down with them to bring them up over into where you are. You want to keep sending them a rope and pulling them up. No, get your hand, get your butt, get your grind, get your glutes down there and help pull them up over if they're trying to come. Once you give them back their language and you see that they understand what you've said, now you got them for life. But if you deal with them long-handled and you're not educated enough, you don't have couth. That's the very thing the Sadducees and Pharisees did. So what does the Father think about that? He wants you to be there. Speak to them. If that's the only language they can learn in, give it to them. If they have not transitioned over, you gotta go get them. You gotta bring them over. And they gotta know that you understand them. And once you've made that connection, now they can trust you. Okay, you ain't gonna teach me wrong. Exactly. So stop the this and the that's and say this and that. The benefit was that I knew the language you were speaking. Most people who don't know the language will dismiss you as ignorant. And now that person's lost. They won't be coming this way. That's what truly ministering, serving a person is about. So if we got the Holy Spirit to speak in other tongues, cussing, not cursing, technically is another tongue. It's another language. And each culture has a different cussing. If I go into Jamaicans, they say certain things that to me have no bearings, I have no reverence for them, but they're curse words in their culture. When you come into America and someone is saying certain other things and they might not have a concern from another language, but over here, when you say to us, you can get your face wiped off. Because it's a cuss word, it's vulgar, it's aggressive, it's something that you should not have been taught to say when you were learning this new language. It's a different dialect of language. There are words used. A cuss word is not a curse word. And that's where Christianity has to get themselves around that. A cuss word is not a curse. The Bible says blessings and cursings ought not come out the same mouth. But because of the lack of education and our ignorance, cussing has been used as cursing and cursing has been used as cussing. There's a huge difference. If I curse you, that means, God, take the eye out and put it in their ear in the name of Jesus. That's a curse. And I can't turn around and then say, oh, God, let their hair grow back. Bless them, God. Not if I just cursed them, take their eyeball out and put it in their ear. There's a difference. You got to become whatever they are. You got to become what they are. The only way you can, thank you, Apostle Walker, perfect. Yeshua said you got to become all things to all men, that you might win some of those men. Now, I'm not going to become an active participant in your ungodly function, but I'm going to come to you if you are looking for aid in that state to help bring you out. Now, I'm not going to participate in it with you, but I will become compassionate. I will become sympathetic to your plight to show you another light of life. But at the end of the day, if that's what you choose to do, that's where you want to be. That's where they are. Oh, Armstrong, I'm not coming for you. I'm sorry. If it sounds like I'm coming for you, Armstrong, I'm not. It's just I get going on this because I talk to so many different people about it. You are fine. Please, I hope you don't misunderstand what I'm saying and my passions. But I've been in such places with so many different peoples, and the funny part is the real pastors, they like, man, I ain't got the heart to tell them that. I'm like, I do. Because we won't tell them is because we're losing them. They think that I got one person who said, Apostle, I be trying to do it. I'm coming to where I'm from, the streets. And this person was in the streets. They come from where I come from, in the real streets, grimy and don't talk much, didn't go to school, 6th grade education, dropped out to sell drugs. And their vocabulary is only so far. And in their vocabulary, it's 75% cuss words. And they're like, man, I'm trying to just, I can't be perfect like you. I'm like, sir, ma'am, sir, I am not perfect. I'm in the same situation you're in. I just happen to learn it. I'm just letting you know, I will walk with you the whole way until we can give you the preferred dialect. And each different arena you walk into has a different language you got to learn. All of you who've learned the English language, when you go speak to people from different countries who have a command of English language, they do it and speak it their way. You got to learn those nuances. You got to learn those coin phrases. You got to learn those catchphrases. That's the nuancing of language. You got to become all things to all men that you might win some. And sometimes it comes to that extreme. Now, I just gave y'all the extreme about the blankety blank, the blank censorship, blank, right? Yeah, because that comes down to it sometimes. And I will never not make sure I meet you if you're really trying to get help. And if that's what it's going to take for you to realize I'm in this with you, willing to come out of my preferred character to show you that I relate to your character so you can have a character change like I had. And I'm batting 1,000 at it. Even the ones who initially get offended because they have this perception of what I should be doing, like they can smack me in my face and I'm gonna keep turning my cheek for them. You got me twisted, you got me bent, and you were way, way out of line. Whatever energy you give me, if we're gonna talk civilly, we can talk civilly. If we're going to talk because you're angry and don't know how to handle your anger at the new information you're learning, I can't tell you how many people have been learning the Bible with us. And they're like, man, I never knew this stuff before. It gets on my nerve. I don't want to hear it no more. Okay, fine. You don't want to hear it no more. But this is what it is. Do you really want to learn this? Yeah, but okay, fine. Let's walk it. 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, same thing. Man, I keep trying it, but it get on my daggone nerve. You still got to be there for them. And sometimes it can get extreme if they're going to be in a state where they don't know how to express their frustrations other than what's in their heart. Out of the abundance of the heart, that person's mouth is speaking. And since you've been there, you understand it, you empathize with it, you can say, hey, been there, let me meet you in the room you're at. So you don't have to feel like you're constantly having to be the one ascending to us. Let me come back, get you, and we can walk out together. So when we talk about that, people don't get, people can feel dismissed. And I've done it, where I dismissed that person. And a year later, that person came back and said, yeah, but you wasn't hearing me what I was saying. I'm like, well, you was cussing the whole time and you can't be cussing around me like that. Yeah, but I was, man, you shouldn't. And he said to me, he said, man, you should know because he was an ex-doughboy. He said, you should know because you came from where I was from. And that's when I was like, I had let myself get bleached out of speaking what I used to speak, because we would say the things I used to say, I don't say no more. Places I used to go, I don't go no more. Well, that's wonderful. That's not your preference. But if you're being asked to help and that's where they are, you got to go to get them out.
Mama T.
You got to say it to bring them back through. And for us as practicing believers, we oftentimes can be so judgmental and act like we were not there at one time. And he said, man, I know I said it wrong, but I just felt you should have understood what I was saying. And I had to tell him later, because right then I was still defending my bleached out Christianity. Well, I don't cuss no more. And you was cussing. And when you start cussing, I'm walking away from you. And the truth was, I knew how uneducated he was. He didn't have the vernacular to express what was going on inside. And it came out in cussing with attitude. End of the day, I had to sit there and say to myself, so for a whole year, I could have exposed him to some other foolishness because I didn't take the time, because I felt I don't go there no more. I don't talk that way no more. I can't be around him. I can't be with him no more. I judged him. And the fact that he was speaking from his confusion, and I had what could have brought him out of confusion, I just had to speak a different language. I failed him. And I will never fail another person in that regard. Daphne, I'm not saying that raka is not a bad word. Raka is like an equivalent to foolishness, but if it is what he talked about in the Bible, that's a different story. Okay, who's next on platform? Moderators, I got a queue. What's good?
Pastor Spencer.
Pastor Spencer.
Oh, okay. You already said what I wanted to say, that there is a clear delineation between cursing and cussing. And because we've been so, like you said, whitewashed, as it were, and handled by kid gloves and mainstream, we think that cussing is a sin, and cussing is not going to send you to hell or the lake of fire. It's not going to keep you out of heaven. But what I would add is that everyone has a sphere of influence.
Correct.
And so, you know, like you said, you came out of that world. I don't encounter people who talk like that. So that's different for me, and I can handle someone else differently. But that's not to say that one is right and the other is wrong. It's you get sent to where you have come from. I wouldn't benefit going into your environment because I don't understand the lingo. I can't keep up. I'll probably walk away. They'll probably eat me alive. But Yahweh sends me somewhere to where my voice can be received by those who need it. So I just wanted to add that.
Yes. And even in that arena, you might have somebody who prefers to give you a piece of cuss dialect. One of the things that I was just sitting here thinking you brought up was the spheres you're shaped by.
Rogers.
Have an understanding of what they're saying. There are places I can take you that I will never say a word, and I'll have a whole conversation with another brother sitting at the other end of that table in front of you. And I'll tell you, grab your bag. We need to get out of here. And me and him have a conversation, and we're not talking. Because I understand his world. And when I can sense the world that I'm in, I'm looking at him, he looking at me, and I'm dipping down, I'm giving my head back, and I'm doing my nod, and he doing his nod, and we responding. There are languages. Y'all do, men and women can do that as well. Y'all can have a conversation and never said a word. Can I get an amen? No? Y'all not going to admit, y'all not going to say, y'all.
You don't see the way I'm looking at you?
Really? I can't see you right now, but you see how I'm looking at you. All right. So y'all understand? So, and the thing is, you know, we oftentimes get caught up in the whitewash. Clean that off of you. Be a part of this now. Be a part of that now. And we move on into that. So, like you say, it's the sphere that we were raised in. And if you're a part of that world and you happen to be back in that world, you do want to make sure you bring an elevation. But I use an extreme, which may be once in a million. But when that million comes, I don't back away from it, especially when I can discern you're really crying out for help. You're not trying to come at me. And another thing. Cussing. How many of y'all Christians said sugar? Shoot.
Sugar, honey, iced tea, Apostle?
Sugar, honey, iced tea, yeah.
Which, both of y'all.
Yeah.
Here's the question. What did you really mean?
Shut the front door.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just because you don't say it, don't mean that's not the era and aura you're trying to exude. You just changed the verbiage. You didn't change the intent.
That part.
Apostle, it's Daphne. I put something on Facebook. I want to know if it was appropriate. If not, I could take it down.
I'll deal with that in a minute. Thank you. So what y'all got to understand and realize is that your thoughts, out of the abundance of your heart, your mouth speaks, right? If you've learned how to quickly cloak that under saying something else rather than the word, but if you're saying sugar, you just a phonetic away from what the undesirable comment would be, but you still mean the undesirable intent. Stop being a Christian. Be real. Keep it real. Cussing is a language. Cursing is different. Cursings and blessings ought not come out the same mouth. So what would the difference be in saying the S word? And I'm not trying to advertise this or advocate this. I'm just trying to give you, we're in a, you know, a teaching mode here. So you saying excrement over SH or beyond sugar. Oh, excrement.
Your words of preference.
Oh, excrement. That's oh, okay. So you say rubbish. What's the intent? It sounds clean, but is it?
It's all about your preference.
Intention.
You say bull crap. I know what that is.
Or hogwash.
Or hogwash. Your intentions are the same as the sugar alternative. And when you're in a heated situation, what I love is to see people who've been bleach washed and then they finally cuss and then they will look like, oh, I ain't mean to say, yes, you did. At least own it. And if you really feel bad about it, repent for it. If that's what you prefer not to say, but don't act like you ain't capable. Don't act like you ain't able. So there you go. All right. It's the intent. I hope that didn't discourage anybody from viewing what we teach and how we teach. I noticed that our viewership has dropped. It might be because we've been on here for almost 4 hours, but that's what we got. Daphne, I think I addressed your raka word earlier. Raka is something Yeshua said. If you call your brother, if you say raka to your brother, then you're in trouble. That's not good. I think I addressed that earlier. Daphne saying curse is a solemn utterance intended to invoke a supernatural power to inflict harm. That's what cursing is. Correct. I'll put it on screen for y'all to see it. Cursing is a solemn utterance intended to invoke a supernatural power to inflict harm or punishment on something or someone. That's what cursing is. Curses.
Keep going, Apostle.
Excuse me. Thank you. Cursing is not to be connected. Cursings and blessings ought not come out the same mouth. So that's what you want to first understand and realize. When you're talking about, oh, bless you, child, and then you turn around the next minute to the next person, you cursing them, like David was like, bend them down backward all the way. That's a curse. You're trying to cause punishment or harm. Or watch this. Do y'all know the worst cuss word?
No.
Can I say it to y'all? I'm gonna say a cuss word to y'all. Can I say a cuss word to y'all?
Teach us. I know where you're going.
I need to, Rogers. Can I say it? Y'all gonna let me say it? Come on, Facebook. Come on, YouTube. Come on, Clubhouse. Can I say it? Y'all gonna let me say it?
If you say hockey sticks.
No, I'm not gonna say hockey sticks. The worst curse word, the worst cuss word, which is a curse word, is God damn it.
Yep.
Think about it. You're saying God damn it. That's a curse, which is in our vocabulary of cuss words, at least American style. Did y'all know that? Y'all didn't pay attention to that? Nobody hit that. It didn't click for anybody. Are y'all afraid to talk, or is it y'all just don't want to talk to me?
Yeah.
So when you say God damn it, you're direct. You say God damn that. You're cursing, not cussing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So Daphne's stating her statement. She says, curse is a solemn utterance intended to invoke a supernatural power to inflict harm or punishment. So I think that's what she was talking about. Yeah, I really learned from the street slang, and I'm glad I have learned the terminology. Okay. Debbie was talking to us. Debbie was saying, it's not that I don't come from that arena, because I do. Let me be transparent. Debbie, again, please know I ain't coming for you in any way, shape, or form. I just get the going on the subject, and then I just get into the subject. I don't look at the person. My first husband sold crack, so you understand. Well, that's a part of the environment, right? But when I came to Messiah, I was delivered from corrupt communications, right? Corrupt communications is different. Corrupt communications are deviancy and deviant ways. Vulgar does not mean corrupt. I can be aggressive, and that's just a heightened sense of vulgarity. So if I'm going to be aggressive, that doesn't mean I'm corrupt, right? That's a great point you make, Debbie. She says, so when I came to Messiah, I was delivered from corrupt communication, so it doesn't seem right for me to go back to what I came out of. Corrupt, again, and cussing are two different things. Corrupt communications are unrighteous communications. Cussing is a preferred language. Yahweh don't tell you not to cuss. He tells you not to have corrupt communication. Cursing, that would be closer to corrupt communication. Plotting against somebody. You know what corrupt communications is? Can I bring the heat, y'all? Oh, they done dropped off the call. Good Lord, Father. Let me bring the heat.
Bring the heat.
Can I bring the heat? Corrupt communication is gossip. Corrupt communication is gossip. Debbie, thank you for bringing this up, and know that I'm with you 100%. Corrupt communication is you gossiping about your brother, telling about your sister, murdering your brother behind their back, and messing with their communication, talking about somebody in the shadows.
Oops.
That's corrupt communication. Quiet. And I love what Debbie did. Debbie said, let me be transparent. I know what they talking about out there. All right. So let me get back to where we are here and get these questions up here. Debbie said, ooh, that's right. Gossip is corrupt communications. Tell that, corrupt communication. Bearing false witness, corrupt communication. Lying to your brother, corrupt communication. Scheming, corrupt communication. I know people who love each other and all they do is cuss. And ain't nothing corrupt about what they saying one to other. They just happen to express it through those particular words and vocabulary. Nothing corrupt about it. It's just not the preferred of the society. Corrupt communication, that's kingdom. Now, should we make it our ability not to be offensive by levels of vulgarity or levels of our anxiety or levels of our harsh expressions? You screaming at somebody is worse than cussing at them. Anybody ever felt bad when somebody finished screaming at them and they never said a cuss word? What's the difference?
Little or none.
Just me and Elder Rogers gonna be on this one? Ain't nobody, just me and Elder Rogers?
No different. No different.
They ain't said a word. They ain't said one cuss word. I've had some very snobby, uppity people talk to me condescending. That's corrupt communication.
Been there, done that, and did it myself.
And never said a cuss word. I can do that. I can cut you down without using a cuss word. Well, that's what you do. So you don't have to cuss and do it. But the fact is you're cutting them down, whether you are using words of vulgarity and or not the preferred language of your particular dialect. That does not mean that your intentions are to be corrupt and to hurt them. I'm around people all day long, and I can tell you right now, we can say some things to you, and we can say it so curt and so short and so and a retort that your head will be rolling on the floor before you realize it's off your head, off your shoulders. Did he just cut my whole head off? You don't even know your head had been cut off. Your intentions were to harm that person by demeaning them intellectually or whatever means. So we got to make sure we are living. I am not endorsing cussing people. Just understand me. I'm not. I'm just telling you there are circumstances where you have to be understanding of the persons you're dealing with and the environment they are in. Just because you came out of it and you're trying to pull them with you, remember, sometimes they get stuck. You may have to go over and you just can't pull. You might got to go behind them and push if they're really trying to go forward. Hope that makes sense. All righty. Okay, moderators, what's my next on cue?
Mama D.
Mama D, shalom to you. Good to hear from you again.
Shalom, Apostle. Shalom, everyone. Boy, I'm glad to be here. Still working with medications that keep me sleeping, but I'm still expecting healing from the Father at the minute. But we were talking about words, and I think words kill you when you're trying to be someone that you're not, and you're using words that you're unfamiliar with. So I think you should be yourself, because seriously now, are you fooling Papa? You think he didn't know you wanted to say
Right.
one word and didn't say another?
Right.
So, I mean, the best way to be is to be yourself. You can say, I apologize, excuse me, I'm working on it. But don't fool yourself, because you really aren't fooling Papa. He already knows you.
Because he knows your heart.
Yes.
He knows what you're going to say, you know, and it's the issue of your intention.
Absolutely.
You know, I got to stop saying that word. It may be the preference, depending on like Pastor Spencer says, you know, some of us operate in one sphere only. Some of us, like me, I am in literally just about every sphere. Not just about, I'm in a whole lot of different spheres. I operate and run in and out of them. And sometimes I forget what sphere I'm in. And you got to be reminded, right? Okay. Oh, can't talk like that. You ever been can't talk like that over here. You know what I mean? You know, it's like there's a slang. If I'm in the streets and I'm in the hood, I'm on the courts, or I'm on the block, or, you know, whatever. And yo, I got to talk like they talk. Yeah. What to do? What is happening? We good? What's popping? Talk to me. Get at me. What we do. Now, if I take that conversation to the bank,
they're going to look at you a different way.
Right? I may as well cuss.
Yes.
You understand? And then if I listen, we're going to take the opportunity to articulate our thoughts in a better way so that we can literally project and have a greater opportunity at success on this next venture we're looking to get into. If I do that in the hood, they're going to rob me. That wasn't funny?
Yep.
I'm going to rob you. You come in the hood talking like that. Yeah. Get him. Figure out what kind of shoes he wearing. We taking him shoes. He will be barefoot when he leave here.
Okay.
Yo, I come from that world. That's what I know.
All right. I do.
And you got to know what the codes are where you are. And that's what it's all about. So make sure you're always keeping it real. Like Mama D said, you know, you're not fooling nobody. You're not fooling Yahweh. You're not fooling him. So keep it a being.
And that's the main thing. Don't try to fool him. That's the one person that you be real with all the time because he knows you. I mean, before you can say a thing, he is already knowing what it is. So, I mean, don't waste your time.
Very true. Very true. Thank you, Mama D. And we're praying Yahweh Rapha. We're touching and agreeing with you that Yahweh Rapha, who I believe is your faith, will bring healing to your body as he's promised, because healing is his children's bread. Yahweh Rapha, be with you in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach.
Thank you. I believe that with all my heart.
Amen. We touch and agree. All right. Who's next in queue, mods?
Elder Rogers.
Elder Rogers, what you got?
Okay, I'm in agreement about the words of preference because I've got my best female friend. She's not from here, and she said a word, and I looked at her, and she said, "Oh, sorry. That's what we say over there."
Exactly.
Where she came from. And I remember having a discussion with you at one time, and we were talking about who decides what word is
a cuss word,
appropriate or not. Yes,
exactly.
So I'm with all of that. I would just like to go to help me rectify Colossians 3 and 8. And I know we go up 3, and it says, "Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscences, and covetousness, which is idolatry. For which things' sake the wrath of Elohim comes on the children of disobedience." Verse 7, "In the which ye also walked sometime when ye lived in them." Verse 8, "But now you also put off all these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth." Verse 9, lie not one to another, seeing that you have put off the old man with his deeds, and have put on the new man, which is renewed in knowledge after the image of him that created him. And for the third one, "Where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian, Scythian, bond nor free, but Messiah is all and in all." So that is the 3 up and 3 down. But the main verse in question, verse 8, "But now you also put off all these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth." And I'm from the old school. Hey, cussing is cussing, and saints don't cuss, or if you do it, call them cussing Christians. And as you said, you're not advocating, cussing. I just want to know how this verse can be, or is it even applicable to what we're saying?
It is applicable, but I want you to make sure you understand it's also coming from the default of that construct, and filthy, like corrupt communications, is the issue. That's what drew your attention there. Filthy communications. Now, we talk about all these different line items that's inside of that passage. Okay, you've got the issue of anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, right? Comma, filthy communications. Now, when you look at this, and that's filthy communications out of your mouth, but we are, as the statement goes on to read, let me read it so we can catch it. We are not condoning cussing, guys. We use the scenario to explain to you how we help somebody in an arena that wasn't getting it the way we talked about it. And so we're not saying that we go around. I don't go around just cussing. But when the situation is warranted based on what I realize this person does and does not understand, it's a tool that could be used. Okay. So at the end of the day, here's what you got. Verse number, watch this. Well, let's take it from verse 1. If you then be risen in Messiah, seek those things which are above, where Messiah sits on the right hand of the Father. Set your affections on things above, not on things on the earth, for you are dead and your life is hid in Messiah. When Messiah, who is our life, shall appear, then shall you also appear with him in glory. Mortify, therefore, your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, affections, evil concupiscence, covetousness, which is idolatry. How many of y'all have mortified all these members? Shh, don't say nothing. Shh, don't say nothing. Verse 6, for those things do the wrath of Elohim come on the children of disobedience. So is cussing in there? Because these things bring the wrath of Elohim, and you're identified as a child of disobedience. I'm going to say it again. Mortify, therefore, your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affections, evil concupiscence, the covetousness, which is idolatry. These things create the wrath of Elohim on the children of disobedience. Verse 7 says, for in which you used to walk when you lived in them, but now you are putting those things off of you. Anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communications. Put them at your mouth. We just lost Clubhouse. So if somebody's on Clubhouse, tell them they're going to have to come over. My battery just died. So Clubhouse, tell Clubhouse I'm sorry. Tell them they have to come over to YouTube or Facebook. So in verse number 7, it says, in which you also walked sometimes when you were lived in them, but now you also put off these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, communications of your mouth. And then it says, lie not one to another, seeing that you put off the old man and his deeds, and have now put on the new man, which is renewed in the knowledge after the image of him that created him, right? And so that's just the point of it. Now, when we look at these things, the Clubhouse, y'all tell Clubhouse to come on. I know. Are y'all hearing me on the I got y'all. Can y'all tell Clubhouse that we are not there? Thank you. They're not going to be able to read that, Minister Jackie, but y'all, whoever's on Clubhouse, tell Clubhouse to come on over to the place. All right, good to see you're here. Good. We still lost 10 people when I lost Clubhouse on the video, along with the whole room we lost in Clubhouse. So that's what you got. Come on over, Clubhouse. Come on over, Clubhouse. Slowly coming in, slowly coming in, slowly coming in. Hey there, Shalona. Slowly coming in. Slowly coming in. Slowly coming in. Can somebody close out that room on Clubhouse as well? One of the moderators, can y'all shut that room in Clubhouse for us, please? Just finish it, close it. I'm not going to be able to get on from here. Thank you, Gavin. Appreciate that, sir. Awesome. Okay. Doesn't look like everybody migrated over, though. Okay. Our numbers don't reflect that they came over. Some of you did. Most of you did. A lot of you did. Okay. So where we were, I don't know when you guys lost me, Clubhouse. Thank you, Minister Wanda, for letting me know. Thank you, Prophet Leslie. Thank you, Minister Walk. Pastor Jackie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your help. So what Elder Rogers was saying, and I hope we can get this so that others are hearing it, from Colossians chapter 3, which is on the screen for those of you watching, both in Clubhouse and or in YouTube. Thank you, Gavin. So I'll go back to it. When we look at this in Colossians chapter 3. Thanks, Yolanda, Pastor Tally. So when you're looking at this in chapter 3 of Colossians, and she wanted the issue of chapter 3, verse number 8, and we read up 3, read down 3, but I went to the whole beginning of the chapter to let you know that, these are the things that Paul was admonishing the Colossians who lived in a certain way, according to verse number 7, before they became saved, right? And followed Messiah. But in verse 5, he says, well, go to verse 2. Set your affections on things above. So nobody is setting their affections on talking vile. No one's setting their affection on being vulgar. No one is setting their affections on anything not like Elohim, right? So set your affections on things above, not on things on the earth, for you are dead and your life is hid in Messiah. When Messiah, who is our life, shall appear, then you shall appear with him in glory. Mortify, therefore, because of this, mortify your members which are upon the earth, being fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry, for which things sake the wrath of Elohim come on the children of disobedient, for which things the wrath of Elohim has come on the children of disobedience, right? In the which you also have walked some time when you lived in them. Verse 8, but now you also put off all these, put off the anger, put off the wrath, put off the malice, put off the blasphemy, put off your communications, which are here defined as filthy, other places defined as corrupt. Put them out of your mouth. Lie not one to another, seeing that you have put off the old man with all of his deeds, and have put on the new man, which is renewed in knowledge after the image of him that created him. Doesn't matter if you're Greek, Jew, circumcised, uncircumcised, everyone who is in Messiah, but Messiah is all and in all. So all the points that we do about the things that we want to say, and Elder Rogers wants to have that reconcile, or what about the fact that I get what we say? But here's the point. How many of y'all have even done verse 5? How many of y'all have mortified all the members, not still struggling with fornication and uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, covetousness? Covetousness is basically, coveting. Coveting is idolatry. So if something you crave, it's not yours, and you want a life or you want a ministry that's not yours, and you want to be able to do like that minister do, and that's covetousness. Then you go down to verse number 9. It says, lie not one to another. How many of y'all lying to each other? So, it's not like a dig into people. It's just an understanding that we go through this thing where we've been sort of kind of it becomes, you're getting into a place where we become self-righteous because we have been sold a package of rightness, as Elder Rogers brought this conversation in to play with, because we were talking about, well, who determines what's a cuss word? Well, your culture does. There's a cuss word. It starts with bumba in Jamaican or patois or whatever in the Jamaican culture that I like the way the word sounded, and I would say it all the time. Never knew I was cussing in Jamaican. Never knew it. They'd let me say it and laugh at me. I said it on a pulpit, not knowing when I was younger. Didn't know. And the mothers grabbed their pearls. you know. And that's the thing. We end up trying to do something that we were sold because of how I didn't say it, KB. I didn't say it. I just said bomba. I didn't say it, right? That's what it is. So don't even play with it, right? And then there were other words used in other cultures, Hispanic. I would say it, not knowing what I was saying. Or it doesn't make sense to us in my English or in America. And so who determines what a cuss word is? It's based on culture. Now, vulgarity is a myriad of things. It could mean you could be vulgar in your level of speech. How loud do you speak? Like I talked about before, telling somebody off. The issue is the intent, the cruelty, the corruptness. Now, filthy is determined by, in this case, Paul says, put away filthy conversations. That word filthy is there, but there's no define for it because it really should be referencing corrupt. Now, if there is a preferred way that would be better for children, I still don't get that, but it is what it is. And so because your society says, hey, that's a bad word. Let me put it to y'all this way. In my family, when I grew up, this is how we felt about cussing. One, I told our children, don't use this series of words in any conversation. And then I added words to those words. Like in my house, to say stupid was a cuss word. To call anybody stupid, to use the word stupid was a cuss word in my house. My children didn't start using stupid. I didn't start using stupid again until after my children graduated college. And now in joke, because I got grown people that I can say that around who will get it in context. But when you let little children say these words that are of, filth, flarn, filth. Bless, I looked down and you saw that. Filth, flarn, filth. When you say words around them and they pick up on those words. So in our house, we deem them as cuss words and we would not use them. And we would not use cuss words around our children. However, I went into other arenas and I don't use cuss words in general, but I went into other arenas where the emotion and the fervency and the vulgarity that needed to be expressed was utilized through that articulation. And you just had to deal with it. But to make sure you govern it in your home, you walked away from those things. But I then told my children later when they were old enough, hey, it's good that you don't speak that way, but there are going to be places you go into that's the only way they speak. And you can't seem like you too uppity if you trying to be communal. Everybody's at a different level. Shut up. That's right, Elder Roger. Shut up was a cuss word in my household too. You didn't tell people to shut up. Not in my household. It was a cuss word. That's right, Elder Roger. Okay, let me see here. So we lost our moderating crew over on Facebook, on Clubhouse. So let me look at Facebook, what we got here. Debbie made a statement. Debbie said, this conversation is really going to make it a whole lot easier for me to communicate with my family members because I really had a problem with this cussing and relating to it, corruption of communication, and trying to be holier than thou. I hear you, Debbie. But believing my deliverance from cussing was what Adonai expected because I did not really fully understand what corrupt communications was. Debbie, I'm with you. I'm not recommending y'all go cuss. I'm not telling y'all to say stuff, but in the flow of conversations based on your culture, this is really just what it was. And it's what it is. KB, I don't know quite what you're saying, but let me pull you up. Debbie, I hear you. And I'm glad that it's helping. Again, we might lose people. They'll be like, Apostle, he's cool. He's greatly, historically, he's a great teacher, but I just don't believe in all that. I'm just not going to be cussing. Quite frankly, you still wrapped in religion. I love you. I love you enough to tell you the truth. Sometimes a person telling you the truth is a cuss to you, not you. I'm just talking in general, Has anybody ever had somebody tell you the truth about you and you grabbed your pearls? Like, how dare you? Like they cussed at you. But the fact that they saw through you, you like, you get on my nerve. Let's see what KB John is saying. Some food names in patois are body parts in Spanish, right? So Afro-Latinos and Caribbeans are experts at code switching because we have relatives that speak both language. We must know our audience at all times. KB, that's beautifully stated. Beautifully said. So Gavin and Copeland, Veronica, I'm believing you guys are mentioning, that was very well said, KB John. Gavin and Veronica are the only two who are raising their hands saying, somebody told me the truth about myself and I felt like they was cussing at me. I raised my hand too, Veronica and Gavin, because, you know, hey, sometimes people telling you the truth can sting. Truth can hurt, like it's a cuss word at you. I am shocked at how many people that have not also raised their hands with me, Gavin, and Veronica. And if y'all haven't raised your hands, y'all don't have real good friends around you. All right. Just having some fun with it. Okay. So moderators, I don't know how much more we got, but we are at that almost that 5-hour mark for broadcast. And I do and have entered into sundown in my world. Okay, she confessed the word, Minister Apostle Walker, Elder Rogers, the audacity. Gavin said the audacity. Debbie said never. Okay. Cheryl Rogers says they got me together and made me feel, yeah, yay high and so small. Yay. All right. Did, and then I told them to shut up. All right, Wanda. Wanda says, yeah, they did. And then I told them to shut up. Like they cussed me out. Doreen Gibbs, she put all her hands up. Leslie got her hand up as well. Elder Rogers says, yeah, they got me together and then made me feel yay high and so small. Gavin said, the audacity to even think you could say something like that to me. How you do it? Wait a minute. Listen what Linda did. Linda Longsworth said, I didn't listen. But you heard it. That's why you didn't listen, right? That's good. KB John, what's KB John saying now? My parents always read me right. They saved my life and taught me introspection to save myself. Yahweh does this for us as well. Very good. Very, very well stated, KB John. Gavin comes on with another statement. He says, it was much needed. It put me in the right direction. Yeah. So, you know, everything that we do and everything that we say, we need to do it in proper context of the writ. And that's what the biggest problem with Christendom is. We were sold a package we did not vet for ourselves. I mean, something as simple as what me and Debbie are talking about with understanding the difference between corrupt communications. We were told corrupt communications was, you know, using a cuss word. And then we just let that be gospel. Let that be the let that be the gospel. Let that be the word. Let that be what it was. But at the end of the day, people, you got to make sure you understand that Elohim, he's very specific about his instructions and how he wants to handle and be with and deal with his people. And then he gives you a litany of things. I still want to talk about this over here in Colossians when he gives us verse 5. Mortify your members. Fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, wrath, anger, malice, blasphemy. All of these things are things that we all have to struggle with. And all sometimes we, everybody's got to be there is no one exempt from having to check that. And it can come up on you at any given time, in any given moment. So at the end of the day, you have to communicate consciously. And like KB said, you got to be able to know, you got to code switch. Now I can, and if I don't, I'm purposefully coming for you that way, because that's where we are. So there are people that I can talk to. I used to get compliments when I worked in the casinos, and I didn't understand the value of it like I do today. Back then, I did value it, but I was able to switch in and out because I was just doing it for tips. So I could switch from hood talk to, my degree of higher education on a handshake and a turn of the head, and know who I'm talking to. And, go from, yo, what up? What it do? To, hello, sir. How are you today? What can we do for you? Is everything all right? Are your accommodations fine? And they were like, how do you switch up like that? And it was just a thing for me. I call it chameleon, call it whatever. But that code switch, Minister Walker, I know I know and you have to do it to read the crowd. And then if you judge based on a person's articulations, you could misjudge because of the way they communication. And if you're in the business of getting a tip, that person the person who has the unpreferred dialogue or unpreferred language use could be the one who has the most money, but you thought the one with the appearing to be higher education based on their vocabulary, that they were the ones you needed to cater to and kiss up to. And then you disrespect the ones who had the, ebonics, I'll call that. You like, oh, they too uneducated, so they can't have nothing. They're the ones that was really going to tip you and bought the most, but because you ignored them, and then you catered to this one over here who appeared to be higher learning and appeared to have a vocabulary and did, but they didn't possess power. They didn't possess weightiness. They didn't have the money. And the ebonic one you blew away because they didn't go to school, because they was working in the fields. And by the time they realized they had to work in the field to support and pay the house and keep dad and mom from going into foreclosure and the mortgage companies collapsing on them, they ended up making a whole bunch of money, and they just kept that vein. They didn't need to do anything else. They didn't need to go get higher education. They just needed to be certified in those particular things in their business. And now they walking around with this pot full of money, but they still farmers, or, as you call them, farmers are educated, but I mean, they still have this, beneath you look. You think they're beneath you because they don't care about expending money. But then when you go to cater to ones that you think are what you should cater to, and you look back over to them and the other waiter, and they're like, yo, their whole table is filled with food, and it ain't for two of them. How much a tip did you get, man? Man, they tipped me $200. And you over here, this plate over here, and they got you and 19 people serving you, and you serving them, and they over here bragging about their degrees and their education, and who's doing what. You see them talking about each other low key like a dog, and then they ordering, nothing. Just came in to have a drink, and two of them drinking water, asking for some sugar, and then making me get a whole thing of lemons. Are they making lemonade at the table? These jokers is making lemonade at the table. Did they ask me for all that sugar so they can make? See, that's what a good education will do for you. It'll tell you how to make lemonade at a restaurant because you're so smart. And now they're making lemonade. That means they're not buying a lemonade. So I'm not going to get a tip. I should have stayed with them because they bought lemonade. They done bought an extra drink, and they got 2 desserts. They got 4 appetizers, and they ordering stuff to go. He done bought 5 plates to go. He got the special deal. Oh, he got the surf and turf too. Look at her, and she's talking about the grandchildren, and they got a whole family size spaghetti and meatballs, and they got the family size spinach. And I judge wrong. because of language and appearance. And they over here making lemonade from water and ice. 3 of them are sharing the same appetizer. Y'all act like y'all know what I'm talking about. I came up in the restaurants, okay? They don't order 3 people don't order 1 appetizer and they eating off of it. Told me to take the menu. Don't even want to look at the menu for the entree. 2 of them back there, at least them 2 back there eating full meals. That whole table's bill, and nobody took the bill together. They got each person's bill. I got 19 people I'm serving. He got 2. Feeding 19. I got 19 eating for 2. All because I thought their articulation being the preferred was where I should go. How much they tip you? Man, I got $200 tip. Cool. How much you get? $22 tip. The whole bill came to less than $100. I thought that was funny. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Shirley Walker said, "Ann Brown Payne." What was that? Making the lemonade with the water and the lemons. Oh, all right. Well, guys, I'm gonna let y'all go because I don't want the conversation to be, that we're talking about cussing. We're not talking about you actively cussing. However, you need to know the room you're in. You need to know the people you're talking with when you're talking about sharing the gospel and being in a place. I even forgot how we got on this, but I'm so glad Debbie opened up that conversation. And I'm so glad that Pastor Spencer began to share about and Elder Rogers, because we do need to know how practically to look. Because we were sold a bill of lading that's got nothing to do with our salvation. And we have been looked at and we have been considered snobby, and we've been basically despised amongst other arenas because of how we the children of the King. And yeah, you are that. But Messiah was humble. He was meek. He was lowly. And with all of that we look at for what it is about, it's just not what everybody thinks. So question is, can someone tell me what evil concupiscence is? Okay, so evil concupiscence is, I'll put it on the screen so y'all can see it. Evil concupiscence is the Greek word G1939, and it means evil longings, forbidden of that which is forbidden, desires or lusts and lusting after, which is a bedfellow to covetousness. All right. It also comes from the root word 1937, which is to set your heart upon something, to long after it rightfully or otherwise, to covet it, to desire it, would fain, lust after, which also comes from 2372, which is thomos, which is passions, fierceness, indignation, wrath. We compare it to 5590, which is the word pushke, breathed on spirit. All right, so that's enough of that. So concupiscence, epithoeme, epithumei is in fact the word for concupiscence. And again, it's a longing for that which is forbidden. All right. I think we can end that there so you get that in context. Does that help? Good. Good. All right. Well, listen, y'all, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to have to go get something to eat, but I don't want y'all thinking that we're just being foul here, but we don't practically know how to be believers because we've been taught church. And usually, I think as Elder Rogers was saying, we were having a conversation about who determined what is a cuss word, right? We also determined who determined what sins to preach about in your churches when you were in church, right? So some pastors told y'all that, you couldn't drink. I'm not advertising drinking of any short form of profession, but because a pastor got delivered from drinking, thank Yahweh for that, right? Or from alcoholism or from drug addictions. No one should do contraband at all. And for that matter, if you don't have a prescription from the physician for a legitimate problem, you need to stay off of any type of prescription drugs as well. So, but people would preach messages from the pulpit about what they came out of and then tell you that that's also your sin. That's also your issue and you can't handle it. And it is a sin to do it. And it may be, but if Elohim talks about it being in moderation, so a pastor who got delivered from alcoholism, he's going to preach down about alcohol because of the potential and the fact that he thinks it evil because it did him so wrong, right? And when he tells you, oh, it did me wrong, now you're living your life in salvation based on his hangups. It's not that he's not right, that it doesn't have the potential, but wine been around forever. Alcoholic consumption is a matter of discipline and moderation. And I do not advocate it for anyone. However, I indicate this because people have been preaching at you all and myself about their proclivities. Maybe they used to be lustful. They used to be fornicative. They used to be adultery, and they will preach it down, tear it down, and then preach anything that leads up to it. Tight clothes by women, tight clothes by men, makeup on your face. And y'all was taught makeup on the face was wrong with no reason, like at all. I don't advocate makeup. I don't think, particularly melanated individuals that you need it at all. But if you're going to cover up blotches, and the technology allows the vanity of that to exist, but don't make something vain, such as, the different things we use to full our hair and cover some scar or some textural difference in our skin, which is cool, right? But that should not become your lifestyle. That's vanity. So when you got people now talking against makeup and preaching against, clothes and telling a man or a man only lust because y'all walk around here in these clothes like that. Well, that woman has a right to whatever style she wants within, appropriate means. A man is going to lust whether you are in a burlap sack or you are in a skin tight pair of cat suits. So miss me with that. At the end of the day, you have to have the discipline like Usef. When he was in the actual Potiphar's house, he was like, yeah, you've got everybody out of here. We could do this, but I can't do it against my God. So though it's here, though I'm human, though I could, though I want it, though it would be nice, I am convicted and my God would not be pleased. So I can't. So people are preaching from pulpits, oh, that's sinful and this is sinful. So a person who's buying clothes based on their fashion sense, they got to be conscious of this, and now you got them wearing this. And there are some foolish stuff that everybody, there needs to be a social standard for clothing. But the social standard for clothing is different in the church than it is in the community. And then now you're saying the church dressing like the world, and the world is taking y'all far from the church. No, it ain't the world taking y'all far from the church. It's your own desires. It's your own lusts. There are things out there that look good, you could rock with and get by with. When you come into church, whether it's music, whether it's fashion, whether it's whatever, and people are doing everything and anything because you've been preached and sold a bill of lading inside of the church pulpit and church gathering that makes it almost not organic for the human being. But you need to be conscious of how you represent the kingdom. But certain people have preached so hard about one thing, you thought from a child, oh, that's a sin. Cussing is not a sin. Drinking is not a sin. Wearing makeup is not a sin. And this is why we advocate what's right is right. You should not be out here causing people to covet after you. You shouldn't be out here causing people to lust after you. Nobody should. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't do that. And whatever the word says we shouldn't do, let's do. But don't demonize everything because you, preacher, can't control yourself with that. Drinking, gossiping, divination, designs. And many of you have been just the recipients of other people pushing off on you their need for deliverance in their area that they need deliverance. If it don't offend me, then what you do won't offend me. If what you do doesn't offend me, I'm not going to fall into sin because you're doing it. Now, if what you do does offend me and I tell you, hey, I'm dealing with something, and because me and you are going to be around each other for so long, if you do that, it'll cause me not to want to hang out with you, but we like each other hanging out. So I really want to hang out with you. If you could be just conscious of that for me, I'd appreciate it. And then if they tell me, well, when you do that, that triggers me on something, you know what? I got you. But I'm not going to get on a pulpit and tell the whole entire world, don't do this around this person because that right there. But you should know the person, know them that dwell among you. When you get to know the person that dwells among you, now you make sure, if you care about them, now you make sure that you are concerned with what they're concerned with. And if I start, smoking, they're going to start choking, and they used to be addicted to smoking, and you can't do that. Now, I don't think anybody should smoke ever. Your lungs were not designed to take in cigarette or any kind of vape. Your lungs are not designed to take in cigar or weed or any other trees you burning or any other wood you smoking. Nothing. Your lungs are not designed to take in smoke. Yahweh never designed your lungs to take in smoke. Vaping, carcinogens, all in your system. None of that stuff should be in your system. I'm using that because it's a commonly seen thing in our society, so y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if your person is saying, hey, look, I'm coming to you because I like hanging out with you, but if you do that, I can't hang out with you, then know that. Be like, yo, I like hanging out with you too. I can control that, or I can do that outside your presence. That's what Paul was talking about. Peter was talking about in his epistle when he was telling you, look, if your brother is offended by you eating pork in his presence, then don't eat pork in his presence. If you care about that person, if you don't like them, roast a whole pig in front of them, because that's, I'm just having fun, but y'all not laughing. So anywho, yeah. So he's like, if your brother does something, if they're offended by it, if it can cause them to go into some kind of a relapse where they lose control over how to be, moderate in a given thing, then you don't admonish, you don't push, you don't cultivate an environment that causes them to go out of control and not please the Father, end up in gluttony. You don't do that. You just keep it moving. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. It's been a joy and a pleasure. Yeah, we about that 5 hour. I'm going to go and grab me something to eat for the day. And I hope that you all are all favored. Tomorrow, we'll be here on this channel, and I think the Clubhouse channel, on Darash Kingdom Ministries. Go into that house on Clubhouse, or come here tomorrow at approximately 10:15 a.m. on VWJ Ministries YouTube, VWJ Ministries on Facebook. And we will be dealing with the Feast of Yahweh in a continued teaching, so that you all understand what's going to be happening on April the 21st of this year. And we can all get together and do what's necessary to be in compliance with him in all these things. So y'all want to tune in on Thursday too. Thursday's Bible Book Club. I'm going to open up something I meant to open up today on that, in the chapter we're in, on Genesis 42. Y'all that don't usually tune in, you might find this interesting. So I hope you'll tune in for that. Minister Wanda makes a statement. Today's study started with Bereshit chapter 2, verses 1 through 2. And look how much was revealed, uncovered, just by unpacking those scriptures and expounding on them. Yahweh be praised. But that's also because you have other leaders like yourself, Minister Wanda, Apostle Walker, Pastor Spencer, Pastor Jackie, Elder Rogers, and countless others. I didn't say y'all's names, but there's so many more of you here that are on here as well. And your questions, when you raise those questions in an environment like this, Yahweh, especially in the Sabbath, takes us in doorways we are familiar with, but we can get a bearing on, and we can really hold and grasp and learn from and grow with. So yes, we never even got past Genesis 2:1-3, but we've been all over the Bible. But it was based on the lens of the Torah. That's pretty significant and very important. All right, everybody. Let us take opportunity to pray. Yahweh, we come before you in the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach, thanking you for the grace and the peace that you give unto us. And we're hoping that you would grace us with the wisdom of all things in you. I pray that the words spoken here today, anything spoken out of context of your word, you strike it from their record. Anything that was spoken and everything that was spoken in the truth of you and your ways of doing kingdom life, let them be literally saturated over the soul, marinating the soul, so that when they come into the opportunity and hit the heat of the fire, they will be well seasoned. We ask you, help us to be the salt of the earth. For if we've lost our season, how shall we ever be able to flavor and season the earth? We lost our flavor. So we just thank you. I hope that the conversations we've had would be properly processed in the minds of your people and not based on judgment. But thank you for Sister Debbie's question on understanding the difference between communication and corrupt communication. Thank you for all the great questions that we've had today. And I hope that you were glorified in them. And I hope I did you well. Now may Yahweh bless you all and keep you. May Yahweh make his face to shine on you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift his countenance upon you and grant you all 13 attributes of his shalom. This we pray in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. We all say it and we pray it. Amen.
Truth, this is the place for you. Don't need to complicate it. It's best to keep it basic. Open open the book, the word is self-approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences, let love heal all that's broken.